green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. It should open my wealth. And my OP's getting dumber every day. Ha. Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gym, well I work it on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. On Becca, on God, make you wish you had this hot ride. All natural, better give her her scent. They say Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy and STEM. My traits, flowing free like the Thames, and my haters getting madder every day. I'm Becca, I'm God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. I'm Becca, I'm God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. I'm Becca, I'm God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride. I'm Becca, I'm God, I'll make you wish you had this hot ride.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil S. Marks.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And I need everybody to hit that like if you're watching on replay, hit the hype, hit subscribe if you're not. And what else, guys? Get your super chats in. Become a member for 99 cents. We had an excellent Member Monday show. We did it on Tuesday this week. So I do a weekly bonus show. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I talked to Matt Morgan today. He's going to come either watch some Tough Enough Season 2 with me and JJ Alexander, or he's going to jump on and discuss with me after I watch his episodes or whatever. I am Phil S. Marks. Again, hit like, hype, show your support. We have a jam-packed show today only here at PWT Pro Wrestle Times. Are you going to get all of this? And it's hard. It was hard to title this thing. There's so much going on in the IWC right now. Particularly AEW lies. Some of them get exposed. I have an allegedly that might blow up somebody's spot. Just saying. Everybody's signing. Tony Khan, he's sweating it. He's cringy. We got some clips from the post scrum of Forbidden Door. WWE is signing everybody, making everybody go to sleep, making everybody go to Connecticut, right? Everybody getting signed. I'm sorry, it was that 2-Cup Tone song we played during the intro, if you're just tuning in. But WWE signing up everybody, old school, new school, need to learn though. I burn, baby, burn like Meltzer Inferno. And Jim Cornette destroys Paul Walter Hauser. That's right. We are A-logging Paul Walter Hauser. We are continuing our A-logging of Paul Walter Hauser. And we're going to go over a little bit of what we talked about on Saturday's mega stream, Sunday's mega stream, 10-hour long stream where we watched TNA Slammiversary, AEW Forbidden Door, WWE. All of that and more. I talked mostly about Raw on Memba Tuesday, though. Memba Monday, Memba Tuesday. So make sure you become a member. Okay? Because I talked mostly about Raw. We're going to touch on a couple things that we talked about then, but just touch on them briefly. And there's so much to get to. The Vince tapes leaked of him, and I want to say Ari Emanuel or someone on the phone. And that's a shoot. We have Wrestling's Not Fake. We have Ratings Wars, guys. We have the Forbidden Door Google Trends. We have Paul Walter Hauser versus Jim Cornette. We have John Alba getting felted by the IWC. We have fucking everything, okay? Everything you could ask for and more in this show. It is jam-packed. I don't even know where to start with all of this stuff, okay? So shout out everybody. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Let's get into Film Marks, bookmarks. Let's not waste any time, folks. Let's get into this stuff here. And here we go. We're getting like fucking responses live in real time from Jim Cornette and stuff like this. So this is spectacular. I'm just going to quickly throw this in the bookmarks here because I didn't see this before live on the air. So, and yeah, officially the segment is called Jokes Aside, Wrestling's Not Fake, is its own goddamn segment as well. Okay. And so this is just a fucking jam-packed show. You don't want to miss an inch. That's what she said. Are you missing an inch? That's what she said. Go. I'm over it now. So let's get into, my dice is just getting like all whiny and let's get into some miscellaneous news, which is controversial and wild to say the least. Like it's crazy. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, this is crazy right off rip. Okay. This is miscellaneous news.
You fucking mark!
And for the third time, StreamYard mixed my sounds up. So I just give up.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
I'm just over it. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous.
Let's talk about it.
And so MLW can keep Riddle. We have Matt Niggle. Now, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but that's his name, I guess. Or that's what this guy's calling him. I don't know. But here we go. It's a guy cosplaying as Matt Riddle. And he does all it, but I didn't make the name up, okay? This is just what they're saying. And again, I don't know if that's his real name either. Like, I don't know if that's Buddy's real name, but that's what they're calling him. So that's what the streets are saying, right? So, and he just did that fucking power bomb. He does all the Riddle shit, right? He does it clean too. It's not like a bad knockoff. And hey, Vincent and Dutch, or at least which one is it? The guy with the dreads in The Righteous started as like, well, I don't know if he started this way, but he did play like a Randy Orton cosplay wrestler, right? And then remember that guy Jay Batista who pretended to be like Batista's brother, and then that other Nature Boy, you know? But yeah, definitely got to change the name up, and just crazy to say the least. He's doing Matt Riddle shit. And I mean, he did a springboard crossbody. I don't know if he hit the bro the bro, what does he call it? The bro Derek or whatever. But yeah, let's look if there's any. I just want to see what people are saying about this. Wait, hold on. Where do you get this footage from? Okay, so his name is Christian Robinson. I think at least that's what this at @trippin_balls. Well, no, I don't think that. No, that's a guy. Trippin' Balls is a whole his whole own account. So I don't know. Shout this dude out. I feel I'm not saying that name this dude wrote again because I feel uncomfortable saying that, but shout him out and fucking do your own shit and you'll get over. Speaking of doing your own shit and putting it over on people, Brandon Thurston has obtained new audio released of Ari Emanuel's 2022 offer of legal help to Vince McMahon amid federal investigations. And, of course, Thurston pulls this one quote, 4 words. There's ways around this. There's ways around this. NWA Virginia for 2. Sweet. Guys, get your super chats in if you want to interrupt the show and fucking ask me a question or just comment on what we're talking about. What do you think of Matt? Very close to the N-word that I don't want to say. I despise Alba as much as I do Meltzer. I don't because it's personal with me and Meltzer a little bit, and he made it that way. But no. Alba's just very pompous. So he gets roasted. He's one of my OG fools. And we're going to definitely get into that. But anyways, Brandon Thirsty Thurston goes full article and audio of 3 voice memos. So we broke it up into 23-second snippets instead of just making one minute-long snippet or whatever. Let me see. Yeah, they're all 30 seconds. This one's a minute. So it would have been a 2-minute clip, but he broke it up into the 23 and 27 seconds and the 1 minute, 4 reasons, okay, to elaborate on them. So this is courtesy of Post Wrestling. And here's Ari Emanuel's 2022 offer of legal help to Vince McMahon. This bit is dedicated to you, Evil Dose.
I spoke to my lawyer from Latham, just FYI.
Phil Smells. No, Vince McMahon's Plinian for 2 says Phil Smells. No, Vince McMahon's plane smells, and that's the problem. In fact, I think that's how he got busted. He needed some breeze. La 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 la. Shout you out. So let's get into this voice text between Ari Emanuel and Vince McMahon. Yeah.
Everybody at the DOJ is former Latham lawyers, so on that side will be helpful. SEC, of course, it's SEC, but that's just a penalty.
So this guy advises Ellison, his personal advisor for 15 years, and they're homies. Ari Emanuel, the guy talking, he advises the head of Paramount. They put on UFC Freedom 250 and all this shit. Mick Foley Silence is complicit. And I want to see, and Tone's so excited and is such great friends with Ellison. So let's see. Let's see what's up. I guess they're a MAGA company, and Mick Foley Silence is complicit.
As it relates to everything else, yes, we can indemnify you, and we will. If it's criminal, of course, you can't stop criminal, but this is not criminal. Call me when you get a chance.
Okay, so nothing too crazy there. Yeah, I'll phone you right back, pal. I'm just finishing cleaning this dookie. I'm eating a turkey sandwich. Yeah. So this next clip here, Thurston says Ari Emanuel in another voice message on September 19, 2022 to Vince McMahon. I think whether it be the DOJ or anything, there's ways around this to figure this out.
I'm sorry I'm a pain in the ass calling you, except the fact that, that's just my MO as you. And I really do think that we all need to get together and talk through all the issues. Because I think whether it be the DOJ or anything, there's ways around this to figure this out. And I don't know what, you're hearing or thinking. So
he's guilty. Put them in jail. I don't know. Is this this isn't really anything we didn't know. Of course, you would assume Ari was on the phone saying shit like this to Vince.
Give me a call if you have 5 seconds.
Yeah, you always tell me to call you when I have 5 seconds, pal. I don't even have time for my goddamn wife. You know what, Ari? So after this one's a little longer here, okay? That's what she said. After a December 22 dinner meeting with McMahon family members and Endeavor top executives, Vince told banking advisor Jeff Sine, I don't know, that he's pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm not certain, pal. Well, I'm pretty sure that he wants to make the deal with Endeavor. It's faster and it solves a lot of problems. Yeah, you're gonna solve my problems, or you're getting a kitten. Yeah, I've installed cameras in their brains. They actually film you. That's the trick. Here we go. So let's
Hey Jeff, Vince, it's 10:13.
It's actually Vince. This one's it's 10:13, not a minute later. Hold on, I'm gonna go to sleep really quick. I'm behind the wheel of a car. Mind if I take a nap? He starts taking a nap on the phone. Shoo.
A good meeting with Ari and company, and I think it probably is the best thing to do to go forward with the deal with Ari.
Probably the best, I guess.
It solves a lot of problems. Again, together, I think it's a stronger situation.
I'm tired from handing out kittens. Oh yeah.
One of us on our own, but I'm pretty sure that's the way I want to go.
He is. Did you hear the car horn? This man is in traffic, swerving the ride. I guarantee. No, this is jokes.
But
these are jokes. This is the cartoon.
I'm pretty sure that's the way.
There was a car horn. This man is driving with a cell phone, taking a nap, possibly. Okay, I feel unsafe. The streets of Florida are unsafe. We need to investigate this further. Coach B5807's a new member of the show. Let's fucking go. My sounds are all out of whack again. For the third time, and I've just tapped out. Welcome to the madness.
Want to go now? It's easier, faster, and all that other kind of stuff. So let's talk in the morning, and I didn't commit to Ari, but let's talk in the morning. And
I didn't commit to that motherfucker. He keeps telling me to call him in 5 seconds. I put a timer on my phone, but I went to take a nap. Yeah, I don't want to commit to him. In fact, he's fine. Actually, no, he's hired again, but I will.
And go.
It was me. I let it go all over the plane and in the hotel rooms. Yeah.
Jeff, thank you so much. Sorry to call you so late. We just broke up. Well, I just broke up with Ari. Was like an hour ago he left or something. And Linda, Stephanie and I.
Yeah, Linda. Oh, no, I don't. Stephanie. Linda, I mean Stephanie. They look so much alike. That's why I did that angle where I tried to fuck her on the show. On SmackDown.
And Nick were talking, so we just broke that up. So we'll talk in the morning. Thanks.
Oh, God. This is just jokes. So, yeah, there you go. I mean, this is nothing we didn't know. This is nothing like overly incriminating or anything like we didn't know that these. I thought the conversations would be more scramblier. Oh, I'm hiding out. I'm in international waters right now, pal. It's the only place I can safely take a number 2 on the poo deck. Get it, poo deck. Yeah. Laugh at my Joker, you're high. God. The evil laugh on the phone. Yeah. It was me. He's all out of breath. Sorry, I was just in a police chase. They were just chasing me. I took a nap, actually. This was the same day he got pulled over for crashing into shit. They're actually coming to my car right now. That's who he was on the phone with. Oh, no. Oh, no. That, ladies and gentlemen, was, what do we call it? We call that miscellaneous news, and I just cannot find my bad news again after So that's what it was right there. We hit a gong. We hit a gong and Guys, check out patreon.com/pro wrestle times as well. Make sure I'm going to be watching Tough Enough season 2, and Matt Morgan is going to pop in some way. He might watch an episode. He might watch all the episodes. I might just like watch the episodes, take notes, and then fucking he's going to come on and I'll play him clips and I'll, interview him about being on Tough Enough and shit. I talked to him today a little bit. So make sure you guys check that out. You don't want to not see that, And appreciate you all for being here. So you guys like that or what? That was rough. So let's get into the next segment. Let's get into, I guess, it's like tough to know where to go from there. Okay. Because it's so ridiculous, but we're going to go old school. And we're going to just go TNA news, like WWE news, AEW news. I think we're going to do that. Then we're going to get into like dirt sheet fails and wrestling's not fake and stuff like that. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen's, get your aces and eights and banjos in the chat for Phil S. Marks, because it is time for, as I milk the intro to find the sound, it is time for TNA news. So Cultaholic Wrestling posted this. The view for much of this match. TNA Slammiversary. That was kind of zesty. But yeah, I got a couple of these too, like during the feed. So that confirms what I think I asked on the air. I was like, yo, it didn't black out, but did y'all see some glitchiness? And people were like, not on the TNA app or whatever, or on the TNA app, it was good. Or through YouTube, part of me was good, and then on the app I think it fucked up, but whatever. It was just like that during the ladder match. It is what it is. It's shitty, but it's not the end of the world. I thought TNA Slammiversary front to back, consistency, pacing, sports entertained, real graps, whatever you want to put it all in a bundle and show it to someone and go, isn't wrestling fun and cool? And isn't this crowd fun and cool? It was Slammiversary for me. The crowd stayed lit the whole way through, and I thought I was just sports entertained. I think every match was on point. Like, there's no big fuck ups. There was no like, why is this happening? Everybody stepped up where they needed to, and the veterans did their things. And I think everything was paced really fucking well, where certain matches got more time, instead of just letting every match go way too long. They like let Zaya Brookside shine a little bit, being crowned the first ever British TNA Knockouts champion, possibly from the UK. I'm not sure about European, but I digress. To me, that was like the best paced show. Great American Bash felt like all of a sudden we're getting this really long fucking Miles Bourne match or whatever. Like, it just felt like things were misplaced a little bit. They could have reordered things, and putting Tony D and Naraku on very first, I don't know if that was the fucking move, but I think it kind of is, because if they ended the show with Tony D just retaining, I think that's way worse than Kendal Grey winning, whatever. We're talking about TNA. So here's the full bracket for the Knockouts Division title tournament. Again, another fucking tournament. And this is the Knockouts TV tournament. Indy Hartwell versus Vicky Venuto. Harley Hudson versus Thea Hale. So we're getting NXT and Indie crossover here, okay? Now, Harley Hudson, I'm pulling for her. She should just be on TV more. Elena Black versus Wendy Chu, former Evolve champ. M by Elegance versus Rosemary. Jada Stone versus Alicia Edwards. Jody Threat versus Gabby Forza. Mara Sade versus Tasha Steeles. Heather by Elegance versus Allie. So this is a stacked up fucking tourney, and again, make a star here. Like, I like what Tone did with Maya World and the Owen Hart women, whatever. And I felt like she rose to the occasion at Forbidden Door against Mercedes Moné. Shock the world. Obviously push one of these NXT gals a little bit. Like, let her get a little deep in this tournament, and then have her like lose to someone you're really trying to smash over in the semifinals. You know what I'm saying? Like, pass Thea Hale through the first round, And then fucking, yeah, let's see here. I'm just looking at the name. Or like a Wendy Chu. I think Wendy Chu already did some shit in TNA, though. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Hopefully they book this correctly. I mean, this will get you excited to watch TNA TV. And probably Explosion, where a lot of the ladies go out there and fucking have bangers. You know what I mean? Rabid Wolverine Elsa Killer 17 for 2 sweets. Says if Team USA don't win tonight, I will crash out. Well. Let me just see here. So, yeah, Canada doing well. I assume you're talking about World Cup, right? I'm not like a huge footy guy, soccer guy, but I know that Canada's doing well, so that's good. We need something. I mean, we're fucking up the Stanley Cup. We're fucking up. I mean, well, we fucked up the Stanley Cup multiple years in a row. We choked. The year I'm still not over the fucking Oilers, just shit in the bed every year. The last few years. So, anyways, we move along here, and we have some roster news. Okay, Mike Santana, Sweet Louisiana, as we've discussed here innumerable times on PWT. Mike Santana is reportedly finished up with TNA. Santana's contract with the company expires in a few days. He, of course, lost to Nick Nemeth. The prophecy was foretold, and he's, of course, going to NXT. He's, of course, going to pull up in AAA. They're, of course, going to run some Puerto Rico shit because now they have, like, more than just Priest, and even if Bad Bunny can't pull up, but obviously he's going to, and you're going to get fucking Santana team up with Priest or some shit in AAA against, think about how dope that honestly sounds. Against like whoever, whatever factions fucking with them, or they could. And then also, I believe Santana will end up on Raw or SmackDown. And if they just go, fuck all that, Phil, he's going to SmackDown. I'm down with that. He could freshen up that United States title picture a little bit. And yeah, imagine this match. Santana, Priest, and Bad Bunny versus fucking name 3 heels. El Hijo, Omos, and who does El Hijo team with in AAA? Boom. That's at fucking whatever AAA in Puerto Rico, Lucha Libre Puerto Rico show or whatever they want to fucking do if they decide to go back there. Because you know they're gonna. But yeah, that's fucking good for him. Like, I'm not gonna boo on him leaving TNA, but like so many people are gone from TNA. It's nutty. But I mean, not for a lack of or not to rather, it's not like there's a lack of talent, you know, and it's not like it's not diminishing their roster, rather, because you look at who's in that tournament, and yeah, there's some NXT names, but there fucking should be, and I'll tell you why. Because that many women on that short of a show every week, like, that's already so many. You know, you have a mid-card title, you need to flesh out a mid-card, and really you need like 4 to 6 people to do that effectively. And you have the tag titles. So, you know, it's not like Santana will be missed in TNA. This will affect them for sure. And I'm not saying like, oh, their ratings are going to plummet, but I mean, come on, he's been the face that runs the place for a minute. He's been way over, muy over since before he even won the title. So, oh no, man. Someone else who's leaving, a veteran who's leaving. TNA announced they have come to terms on the release of Eric Young, and so he, of course, lost to Bang Sosa at Slammiversary. And Eric Young, there's rumors now that he may show back up in WWE in some capacity, possibly as an agent, possibly as like a fucking producer. He's always got a job somewhere doing that. But if they bring him into NXT for like a couple matches here or there, and he can just lose to guys that, you know, he just gets some guys over who are like what Tony D's doing. You got to give some guys the rub, you know, especially right now in NXT. Like Will Cruz needs the rub. Fucking who else needs the rub? some of these people, man, like some of these NXT people, man, they just people on the come up, right? Like the Mr. NXT, for instance, and Miles Bourne and fucking Keanu Carver, who's taken L's. He stays taking L's for some reason. He lost all that momentum. Shaquan, fucking Dion Lennox. You have all these people that you could have like beating veterans who, if Eric Young is just there like producing / losing here and there, or maybe getting a couple wins against some Evolve kids, but then to like give them some on-screen presence, and then he does his psycho shit, then loses at a PLE. That could be cool, but am I clamoring to see that? No. Do they need him? No. And he'll have a job somewhere behind the scenes. He could pull up to NWA. I bet MLW, he could go and have some matches. Like, there's options out there. But again, another guy leaving TNA is Eric Young, and he addressed him leaving. He said, the internet is effing wild. 3 things to know about the news today. I asked for my release. They granted it. So they didn't release him. He asked for it, okay? Yeah. And if that's what he asked for, that's what he fucking asked for. There's just a better opportunity. What more can he do in TNA as well? What are they going to book him as a world champ? Like, come on, man. That time's come and gone. And that's not even knocking Eric Young. Like, he did a great job. He does a great job getting these young guys over. I think he went with Slater there, who WWE's about to poach. I think he just, he got help gets Sosa over more. He put him over. And he goes, I was never on a handshake deal. I've had a binding contract the entire time. No shit. I will work where I want, how I want, and for whom I want. My track record, resume, accolades, and reputation are proof of that. See you soon. So he'll just work wherever the fuck. And again, he can work behind the scenes in any company. And if Tone brought him in, oh my God, would that be funny? Shots fired. But I think Tone is done. He's not done, but he's just not like really beefing with TNA. He doesn't fucking really need to, like he's kind of taken the W on all of that, as far as like he has more money, so he can just take their fucking talent and stuff. So, and then Collision beat them, and they're going to go head to head in July. And again, like Dave Meltzer and everyone's fucking crying about the head to head, and I should have warned them. Meanwhile, TNA and Collision are about to go head-to-head multiple times in July, and he's not crying about
come on now, Eric.
And his shillery knows no bounds. Tomorrow's Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week will be one of the greatest of all time. Make sure you tune into that live every Thursday on YouTube at around the same time, 7 Eastern. Make sure you guys tune into that, okay? Because as epic as this show is tonight, it will be that epic tomorrow on DMDMW, I promise you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Okay, let's get into, we were talking about AEW a bit. We might as well do some AEW news here. Up next is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of what I'm thinking, do I troll already? No, we're not even that deep into the show to start trolling like that. Let me get some coffee right here. Some delicious hazelnut iced coffee. And let's get... Oh, guys, I watched Obsession. Have you guys seen Obsession? I finally saw Obsession. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know if you guys want to talk about that shit. If you haven't seen it, you need to go out of your way and watch that film, okay? It's a fucking absolute must that you go and watch that film. Obsession, yeah, chat. Obsession or what? Great movie. It was crazy. Obsession's a great fucking movie. I saw it maybe a little too Gen Z for me. Yeah, that's probably all it was. It's man, Obsession is just, I'm obsessed with Obsession. What can I say? It's just a tremendous fucking film. No second of it is wasted. There's not one part you can look at and go, that fucking drags too long. The acting from both, what's her name, Indy Navarrete, and the guy's name is Michael Johnston or whatever. They're both incredible. They made it on a fucking $750,000 budget. The guy who and it outdrew, by the way, like Supergirl, Mandalorian, I think, fucking every movie. It beat every fucking movie. It's the biggest movie. And we're talking like the guy who edited it is also the guy who like wrote and directed it, the YouTuber, right? And he also edited it. And when I saw that in the credits, I was like, holy fuck, that makes so much sense too, because like the thing with YouTube is it's just all about retention rate. Like you're just trying to keep people hooked into your shit as long as you fucking can. Okay. And so that's why Mr. Beast, his editing style is his editing style. And that's not how the movie's edited, but he knows how to make every millisecond of time that I'm investing watching a fucking thing work. I think it's just one of the best movies overall that I've seen, just on that standpoint. And yeah, just the acting's incredible. I'm not gonna like spoil stuff, but we'll talk about it more in depth maybe sometime. I don't know. Maybe I'll go on my other channel, Phil Marks Out, and talk about it, or maybe we'll just like I'll give you guys a week. It's on digital now, so everybody should be able to watch it. And I didn't see it in theaters either, but just a fucking spectacular movie, okay? And it's good to see like Hollywood be like, oh shit. Like they have to take a step back and go, look at Backrooms and Obsession are whooping our ass. Like we need to figure this out. Now Backrooms a way bigger budget, I want to say, but under $1 million. The credits for the movie Obsession are like 2 minutes long, 1.5 minutes at the most, because there was so few people in the film. The most famous person was Andy Richter in the film, and I didn't even notice he was in it till after. Okay, so go and check that shit out. Anyways, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of horror films, it is time for the best guys, Tony Khan. It is time for AEW news. So NXT and AAA will run back-to-back shows on August 30th, 2026, coincidentally on the same day as AEW, all in London. And boy, oh boy, does this have people melting down. Dave Meltzer's crying. Dave Meltzer's like, oh, can't say I didn't warn them about fucking NXT Great American Bash on the CW. Versus a 3 or 4 fed combined pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Like, why are we even comparing these things? And everyone's melting down. Oh my God, why would they go head to head? They're going to keep fucking with. And it's so funny. It's like, Dave, why don't you keep the same energy when AEW's running Collision against TNA? Why don't you keep the same energy when TNA Slammiversary is announced first? And then AEW, or maybe it's backwards. It doesn't matter. AEW went head-to-head with Slammiversary. He wasn't melting down. Like, why does he care so much about it happening one way or the other? Or rather than the other. You know what I mean? Like, why, Dave, he's just stooging you're stooging your goddamn bias way too much. Like, now it's just clear and overt because you're, like, the motherfucker just can't help himself. And a lot of these sheets too. Like, why does Alba go, it's not a good look for NXT? They're developmental. They're Mason Rook, bro. Was it not good for developmental when they were in Florida Championship Wrestling? And half of whatever the fuck, if they're lucky, half of a half. Dude, I don't even know what that is mathematically. Right? A half of the people watched FCW or OVW or whatever the fuck. Then watched NXT. Was that bad for the talent? I argue NXT talent are overexposed. So why does Alba, and we're going to get into this shit more, but why do these Alba Why do these people care so much? Like, you could not show your biases even more. Like, how can't you be objective about this shit and just go, who gives a fuck? Yeah, it's AEW. They're trying to hurt them. They hate them so much. Then Tone shouldn't have talked shit if it's hatred. Or guess what? If it was TNA doing the same shit, they'd be fucking with them too. And the reason they understand Tone is actually in some ways a threat. He is a viable threat in that if Tone wanted to, he could approach motherfuckers and go, I'll buy you out of your contract. He could approach TKO and go, I want to purchase Kevin Owens' contract. And he has so much money that he could do that. Whereas like WWE would go, what? Fuck that. We can't do that. You know what I mean? They're not going out of their way to buy people out of contracts. Tone could do that if he wanted to. And so that's why they're going to slap him around, and they're going to slap him around for the bald assholes. And they're going to slap him around because more than just WWE, it's because TKO, and this is why TKO ain't going to fuck with, like, Dave really thinks that Paramount's going to fuck with AEW. Ari Emanuel was just on the phone advising Vince. He's TKO. He's fucking UFC. He's down with Ellison and Paramount and all this shit. And they don't think, like, them going head to head is because of hatred. So why don't you think Paramount's going to give them the boot eventually? Or what they'll do is they'll keep them for the last year and shit, but they will just make it like so you can't even find the shit. Like, it'll just be on Paramount, whatever. We own you, and we're going to shelve you Diddy style. Right? So that's what P. Diddy used to do. He would fucking, on Bad Boy, he would just like sign an artist famously, and then he'd just shelve them for like ever. Right? And then he'd push whatever artist he was trying to push. And then that other artist that people are like, damn, where's their record? Where's their record? You never hear their shit. So that's what Paramount could do easily too with and that's not a good thing. If I'm Tone, I'm not excited for that. Okay? But everybody's melting down about this. What do you expect? And also, fuck it. They're just going to run when they run shows. So this is when they decide to run. They're going to fuck with All In. Again, man, think about it. And we'll talk about it in Ratings Wars. NXT had 300,000 people watching it on the C-Dub. And then how many internationally on Netflix? And then AEW... Dave Meltzer's going to lie and say they did 185,000 pay-per-view buys. He's greatly increased the number. He already teased 185,000. That's what he said. Oh, maybe they took 5,000 viewers away. What's that to like 185,000? What? So it drew more than any All-In of all time. That's what Dave is going to say Thursday night, tomorrow night on YouTube, live, 7 Eastern. USA time. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. You do not want to miss that shit, I promise. Anyways, we move along here. More head-to-head tribalistic wars. I cannot wait for it. I'm lapping it up. Trainer has been a member for 14 months and through a too sweet. Thank you so much. Were you trying to super chat something in or just support? Let me know. Say something in chat if you were trying to say something. And if you weren't, then yeah. But I appreciate you so much for your year-long membership and your support. Let's move along here. Sometimes people go to super chat, then they like hit enter before they type what they were trying to type. You know, but if you were just supporting, that rules. So we move along here, right? And speaking of crossover, promotional, contract tampering, fucking with each other, Mercedes Monea posted this, a graphic at Wrestle Dreamer October 2026 against Davina Rose. And so Davina Rose is Bayley's like indie name, right? And Mercedes Moné posted this. Now, it started a bunch of rumors and innuendo about Bayley. Now, as I covered on PWT Member Tuesday this week, which is the member show, become a channel member, get access to the member shows. just to quickly reiterate what I said when we were reviewing Raw, the rumors are swirling around that Bayley had the schizo gimmick and then it was dropped because they approached her about re-signing a long time ago. And then when she wasn't doing it, they weren't pushing her the way they were, I guess, right? And pushing that angle, they fucking dropped it. And this is all rumors. Like, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. This is just bullshit I've heard, right? And so that's when, you know, she starts showing up in AAA and just like tagging with Lyra, and they're kind of, the focal point is more Lyra, but Bayley's still there, obviously. Like, everyone loves Bayley, and WWE's open to signing her like this whole time. They know her deal's coming up. And so she hasn't signed, whatever. Now it's actually coming up, like it's getting to crunch time with Bayley, and she hasn't re-signed. And so they pulled the trigger on either what they were going to do with Bayley, or if the whole time, here's the thing, right? If the whole time, like, WWE's plan was, we're going to have Bayley schizophrenic talk to people in her head, and then Lyra's going to be the one to go crazy and snap on her and be like the crazy disheveled person, that's fucking terrible. Like, if that was their plan, that's terrible. I don't think it was that. I think basically, and not to say though, Lyra turning heel is beautiful, and she's fucking killing that vignette we saw. She's so good. Lyra's so good at selling. She's so good at like the facials, the character work. She's always been good at that shit. She's really good in ring. She sells really well on offense as well as defense, which is just selling. But she rules, dude, but she needs something like this to like take her to the next level. What it appears though is that like Bayley was going to snap like that. And also, like, Lyra, by the way, just to go back to that, I know I'm jumping around here, but just to go back to that, Lyra has been playing the character of like, keep a smile on my face. People are stepping on my toes. People are bumping into me. When's enough? I'm going to snap eventually, but smile on my face. Let's go out there. Let's have a great match. I'm peppy. I'm chirp. So obviously her heel turn, like, that was going to rule no matter what. Like, that character type fucking snaps eventually, okay? So I'm down with that. But it could be possible, I'm just throwing that out there, that now they went with Lyra doing that because Bayley's not doing that. And then Lyra will, I'm assuming, beat Bayley. And then Bayley might dip the fuck out of WWE. Of course, these are rumors. I don't think there's any proof of any of this. This is just what's floating around. I don't know if any dirt sheets have reported on shit like this. But this is just things, you know, you hear that are out there. And so I said it, man. If Bayley went to, now people crying about contract tampering, we can't be doing that shit. But if Bayley went to AEW, good, she should. What the fuck else is she going to do in WWE? What is she going to do? Win the world title, get a world title push, put Lyra over, work with some of the NXT girls coming up? Like, what is she going to do? They're sending her to AAA. She's done everything there is to do. World champion. I believe she won the Rumble, WrestleManias, fucking tag titles. I don't know if she won the women's IC. So, like, okay, maybe. I think she did. Did she not? I don't remember. Trenare says, says Paul Walter Hauser stole Duke the Dumpster look. Let's type in Duke the Dumpster. Duke the Dumpster. Oh, yeah, dude, you're right. That's literally what it is, dude. Suspenders and backwards hat and everything. That's amazing. Thank you for that. That's fucking hilarious, actually. We're gonna felt Paul Walter Hauser in a little bit. Okay? So stay tuned in. But Bayley, Davina Rose, whatever you want to call her, she should go get the bag. Same with New Day. There's nothing left to do. Go get a giant-ass bag of money. Go to Japan if you want. Do whatever the fuck you want for Tone. Sign for 2-3 years. Go back and get inducted in the Hall of Fame. You can still go back to WWE in 3 years. Fucking Enzo, Cass, Corbin, fucking Eric Young. There's rumors he's going back to the Fed. All of those guys are going back to the Fed. You mean Bayley can't leave for 2 years with a 1-year option if AEW's still on? Well, I mean, Tone will still pay it. Tone will pay everybody. No one will get released because they're not on TV. Like, their contracts will expire and shit. And maybe cut some people, but, you know, he'll keep people signed. But Bayley, like, Tone's so much of a mark. Go get all that money. Do your seminars. Wrestle a few people. Have this dream match against Mone. It'll only make AEW better to have fucking Sasha Banks versus Bayley and the New Day versus Edge and Christian. Oh, a bunch of WWE guys who know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, that might just make their show better. Okay, so anybody hating on this, you gotta stop. Be happy for Bayley. Now we hate Bayley. Now we hate BBL Bayley, and we're upset about her doing. And if this is true, like obviously this is just Mercedes Moné drumming shit up in the IWC. All of that shit that I said is probably just rumors again. I don't even. It's all allegedly. We don't know. Even when the dirt sheets say shit, you really don't know. And it's just funny though, because AEW, and I want to point out like all the dirt sheets as well, they are like keeping AEW shit under wraps, but they're pumped and poised and ready to leak every little detail about WWE lately. It's like a concerted effort to try and help AEW turn the tides or whatever, and the perception where like the problem is that they're doing this shit for internet sickos and none of us give a fuck. Like we're already over. It's just lol AEW now at this point, right? But I'll never be mad at Bayley. She needs to go to AEW actually. Yeah, I wrote this. I do think Bayley is a WWE lifer, but I also thought that about the New Day. She should absolutely go get TK Bucks and have a match with Mercedes Moné if that's an option. She's done everything there is to do in the business, right? Like, what else is she really going to do? So here we go. Bayley as WWE. This is courtesy of Ringside News. So let's see what they say here, actually. So there is a dirt sheet report on this. The timing couldn't be better for speculation either. Bayley is entering the final stretch of her current WWE contract, which is set to expire later this year. So whoever hit me up, and Steve Carrier's reporting this, and laid out this timeline, it seems very logical. No, they dropped the schizo bit. They had Lyra do it and turn heel because they need a heel anyways. And then she's like a schizo. Bayley just has not re-signed, and now it's nut crunching time or nut cutting time. I don't know the saying, right? But Bayley, yeah, maybe headed out to AEW. Bayley herself hinted more than a year ago that her future wasn't set in stone. During an interview with CVV, she admitted she has interests outside wrestling and wasn't sure what the next chapter of her career would look like. Go do it, Bayley, but just talk Tone into like a 2-year deal, and then just make sure it's guaranteed so that if you decide to leave earlier than that, whatever. But no, Bayley will go like wrestle fucking week in, week out. That's the thing. She shows up everywhere already and wrestles week in, week out. That would only help AEW. If people don't like that, I'm sorry. It is what it is. She's not going to do garbage bullshit. You don't have to worry about that with her. You know what I'm saying? So, speaking of garbage bullshit, let's get AEW pulled up here. And we move along with our news. So, more roster news. And Mick Foley announces he is no longer under a WWE Legends deal. And this is a very WWE coded fucking AEW news segment, right? So here's Mick Foley. He announces he's no longer under a WWE Legends deal. And again, I called him out for this shit. So someone sent him the clip and he's like, oh, fuck, I am in the video games. Bang, bang. So he won't be in the 2K games anymore. I'm not buying 2K27 next year. I'm not fucking doing it. These video game companies need to quit fucking around. PlayStation is doing away with physical media, physical games altogether, which means the Blu-ray and shit will follow. And fucking they all these cuck fucking video game companies waited until fucking GTA 6 came out and went, we're not doing physical discs. And then they all follow suit. Fuck these people, man, for real. And so I'm not even supporting that next game until they like revamp it and make it fucking good again. But Mick Foley here won't be in it regardless. And I told you guys, like some of the wrestlers you see over there in these 2K games, like they could put Ric Flair in there if they wanted. They just don't, because he gets paid well by Tone. and he's always caught up in some sort of controversy. Sting for a minute had that too, where they could still put him in games and stuff like this. But I think he got out of his. Billy Gunn is that way. He's employed with AEW, but they put him in the video games. Jake the Snake also can be in the games, but they didn't put him in this year. They removed like Ricky Steamboat as well. And that's just because like they're like, oh, it's Attitude Era. So they just remove some people for other people. And I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with the 2K games, but here's Mick Foley. Let's listen.
Hey, everyone. This is Mick Foley, and I do have a message for WWE along with all my fans and fans of wrestling in general. The message for WWE and specifically for their merchandise and marketing people, the message is thank you. And I mean that sincerely. When I got to WWE in 1996, I'd been in the business for 11 years, and I finally got an action figure. And I figured that was my one and only action figure. And here it is, 2026. And honestly, a couple days ago, I just received my largest quarterly royalty statement in probably 10 years. So I want to thank everyone in WWE who had a hand in making the decision that I was someone worth making action figures for and different types of merchandise. So thank you very much for that. For fans, I want you to know that I have no problem signing WWE memorabilia. I look forward to it. I'm proud of everything I did there, but it's time for a new chapter in my career and in my life, and I'm really looking forward to this adventure with AEW, and I'm really looking forward to doing everything I can possibly do to make AEW as great as it can possibly be, and I'm looking forward to having some merchandise coming out with AEW. In addition,
dude, they just lost their Jazzware deal and all that shit. I have no problem signing WWE merch. Yeah, I fucking bet, buddy. Cody Duffy 1859 for 2 says, Mick, no one cares. No one cares, bud. Oh, shit.
to a couple of other companies that I just talked to today that have a couple of exciting ideas, and I will be rolling out those ideas sometime soon. Thanks so much.
And on this show, like, this is a jam-packed PWT. I think we have a story too, like, of controversy surrounding Matt Cardona's like figure company or whatever. Like, this show is so jam-packed. Like, I cannot wait to get into some of this other stuff. But yeah, here's Mick Foley coping.
Not only to WWE, but for all of you out there who have supported me over the years, bought my merchandise, attended my shows, have cared about me enough to comment, like, and support me. Wishing you all the best. Have a nice day.
So yeah, there's Mick Foley saying, have a nice day. Bang, bang. And someone edited that using cap.
Hey, everyone. This is
interesting. So in other roster news, and speaking of WWE adjacent, Brian Cage recently re-signed with AEW. And I actually got on allegedly about this Brian Cage situation, okay? With someone who was very vehement and kind of upset that he was saying this shit that he's saying. So on Insight with Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet, Brian Cage had this to say. He says, there was a lot of interest from WWE when his AEW contract was coming up in 2023. Now, we've talked about on this show, WWE was interested in him for a long while. Furthermore, they wanted to push him, and they'd have built him up really well. And I had always said, Tone just keeps signing this guy, even though he's been hurt quite a few times, because he knows WWE will take him and blow him the fuck up. So he will back up the Brinks truck. Because, like, I remember when he re-signed, a lot of people were like, why would you re-sign Brian Cage? Like, you're not doing anything with him. You have Davis and Doyle and fucking, yeah, let's get another brown-haired white guy in black trunks who's all muscly to fucking, right? Like, you already have 3 of those. You don't need another fucking Brian Cage, essentially, right? And so this is what he had to say. He said he wanted to go to WWE, but he opted to stay in AEW for job security reasons. And he says, I mean, there was a lot of interest, and it's funny because I wanted to go there. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get either place. There's no guarantees. They could say that, you know, we're going to use you this way, that way, whatever, but obviously you don't know anything. So what he's trying to say there is WWE was like, we're going to push the fuck out of you. That's the rumors I heard. I don't know. I'm not a dirt sheet. I said it way before on PWT. But he says after going back and forth, all the different pros and cons, a lot of stuff with AEW just seems safer, if you will. See what I'm saying? Like, it's just guaranteed money. You know you're going to work whenever you want, right? Like that, it's safer. It's the safe money play. So there you go, Ospreay. This is what I've been saying this whole fucking time. TD Love 420 for 2 says, fuck, it's Wednesday. I thought this was DMW. No, dude, that's tomorrow. You do not want to miss tomorrow's show, TD Love. And thank you so much. I fucking acknowledge Super Friends. An Ichi Nissan Da for the PWT universe, and everybody super chatting in. Thank you. But yeah, no, tomorrow you don't want to miss Dave Meltzer dumb moment. So he says we're an actual independent. Okay, so this is what he said. A lot of the perks, so travel is way easier. Tone pays for the travel, hotel, ground transportation, and airfare, whereas WWE is just airfare. We're an actual, and that just depends who you are. That depends who you are in WWE. But we're an actual independent contractor, so I can do anything else outside of AEW, which is a +2. But you can't, though, because Tone will pull you off indies and shit, so no, you can't. Then I felt like I don't have a fear of getting released if I stay here too long. So that's true. He's right about that. The longer I feel like I can just keep saying to have longevity. So he knows, like, dude, I'm getting hurt. I need longevity. I'm going to get paid a shitload to not work a lot. And I know Tone won't, he's a pushover. He won't just fire me out of nowhere. And he just goes, yeah, so it came down to job security big time. That's the main one. And just longevity. So much more chill there. I mean, obviously I haven't been in WWE for a long time. Was there developmentally years ago, many years ago. And so shout out Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet. Now, I got a DM about this story from someone who's, I don't know, pretty spot on about shit, I will say. And let me just read this because this person seemed like almost offended by what Brian Cage was saying.
Allegedly.
Okay? This is allegedly. I'm not a dirt sheet, but this person says he's full of shit here. According to someone I know, Cage was twice in talks with WWE, but he failed the impact test and wellness test. What the fuck? Is that true? I don't know. Apparently, WWE wanted him way back in 2020 as well, but during his impact test, they realized his back was all fucked up, which he never told them. This is just me spreading rumors now. So he already had heat before they offered a deal. And then he's definitely getting at least $1 million per year in AEW. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. That's all allegedly. Again, allegedly. I'm not a dirt sheet. None of the fucking dirt sheets are going to quote PWT, but if that's true, then that's nutty. And we know that AEW will clear people. Like in Japan, Sari recently wasn't cleared, but then Tone flew her to America. Whoa, kept fucking promoting her and then brought her and then got him checked, her, pardon me, pronouns pal, checked out by his doctors, and then they didn't clear her either. So then he brought her on the Instagram live. This is Tone we're talking about, to be like, she's not wrestling, we're replacing her with Maya World. And even Brian Alvarez was like, what? Why was he doing that? Why did he do that? And Dave's like, oh, well, you know, to get clear, like Dave was running cover. Well, it's because Tone will try and get people checked out by his doctors that will clear them until they fall apart like Danielson, and Danielson's doctors have to tell him he can't wrestle. But in AEW, he goes out there and he's doing suicide dives, and he's like, yeah, you know, my doctor told me I shouldn't have got physical, but there's just no checks and balance. So if that is true, it's not, again, it's an allegedly what I read, but think about this. And again, this is conspiracy Phil here, okay? Just think about this. Imagine Cage knows this, but still is like, yeah, WWE wants to fucking push me and they're interested in me and blah, blah, blah. And then you levy that shit against Tone. Even Jack Perry's doing that. Even Jack Perry's trying to get rumors out there that my contract's up. Oh, I could show up in NXT. Like, they're all just working Tone, and he just admitted it. Same with Mick Foley. Mick Foley's fucking coping and crying and seething on Ariel Helwani. And then what does he slip in there? And I mean, I'd have to work 6 dates. Or I could work 6 dates in AEW and make what I would make in WWE doing fucking... Or what did he say? I'd have to do 6 appearances for WWE to make what I'm making in 1 appearance for AEW. That's his exact quote, Mick Foley. Okay? He said that on Ariel Helwani. And then he goes, my silence is complicit, and starts saying all this other dumb shit stuff that he doesn't believe in. Okay? Because it means his silence is complicit in fucking AEW as well. Because they're trying to work with MAGA fucking Ellison / Paramount / Freedom 250, UFC, WWE, TKO, Ari Emanuel, Vince McMahon. Right? And Tone would have bought WWE in 23 as well. So think about that. Think about that for a second. He placed a bid for WWE in 2023. Tone did. So, like, they're all just money marking in Tone. Now, good, do that. But let's stop pretending it's... And I'm not even saying to Brian Cage. Like, whatever. He's just talking his shit. He seemed very truthful and humble here. You know, I like Brian Cage. I fucking think he's cool. I've always thought he was a cool wrestler. I always thought WWE could do more with him. He always kind of had a Mindy Kaling mindset. He ruined Velma and Scooby-Doo. No, he's always had a like an indie kind of wrestling style, and that's totally fine. I think he was trained by Canyon, or his best friend was Canyon or something like that. So of course Canyon was doing crazy shit too. Canyon, you'd look at back then and go, why is people nowadays would be like, why is a guy that size doing all this shit? For sure they would say that about him. So we move along here, right? And Brian Cage, he does all of this, speaking of his indie style, right? So fun fact, Brian Cage can, in fact, perform a 619 and always good. He dropped by Insight for a fun interview. And so here is shout out Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet. This is a 10-minute clip. So we're actually not going to watch this, but shout out Insight and Chris Van Vliet. We got the quote here, I believe, from Brian Cage talking about Steven Spielberg. So he was recently in Disclosure Day, which I heard is just the shits. I heard Disclosure Day doesn't even disclose anything. Okay. And so he says, we got to talk with Spielberg a lot on the set of Disclosure Day. He was a huge wrestling fan, and he was talking about how he's surprised this is the first time he's ever done anything wrestling related in any of his movies. And he's talking about all the throwback stuff. He was like, oh man, you guys ever in LA? I go, we actually have a pay-per-view this weekend. And he goes, well, I'll be out here still filming. But he's like, I would love to come to the show. And I go, pretty sure they'd love to have you come to the show. So maybe it'll work out down the road. And I just said, look, dude, he'll show up at the same time as Drake, Kendrick Lamar, and Taylor Swift.
I don't know!
Whenever they start like trying to get the celebs to show up, they never fucking show up, buddy. So we move along here in roster news and wrestler AEW news. And Yota Tsuji had this to say after Tone. Well, maybe we'll get to that in a second. Okay, listen, they trademarked Death's Door match. So the circular cage, they trademarked that. They're going to try and do it again. They're going to beat it to death. Tone is going to do one at the next pay-per-view or something, right? He's just going to blow his wad too quickly. And now let's get into the Tony Khan stuff. But first, ladies and gentlemen, joining the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. ball. We're 1-1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the best guys.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And with that,
Great.
so Tony Khan, we talked a bit about the roster, and Tony Khan had this to say about Yota Tsuji. I think I bookmarked it. Yeah. So he was asked at the Forbidden Door press conference about Yota Tsuji. And again, I feel like so many people are like responding to PWT here. Like, I've been harping on this tone. I'm like, he doesn't like Yota Tsuji. He didn't like Sonata. He doesn't like Evil. He doesn't like Takahashi. And that's why these guys go to WWE, or they just like don't really do anything in AEW. I mean, you might have a match, but you're forced to go to the limit with Jack Perry or some bullshit. And that's what what's his face did with Pac. And not to undermine Pac, but it's like, come on, man. You know, and I guess it was Tone's way of getting Moxley involved and possibly challenging Umino or whatever, but I digress. He was asked directly about Yota Tsuji. Now, Dave Meltzer was sitting in the front row of this thing. Of course, we all looked at and laughed at the pic of him and his friends. They all have media passes. This image right here. He'll be there for Nuge. Even if it's in LA, he'll be there for Nuge. Especially when it's in San Jose, he'll be there for Nuge. Because Nuge is, and he's there for Tone too. Down, down, and down, 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 down. Right? And so Dave was in the front row, and obviously there's some like curated questions that go on here at these AEW media scrums. 100%. These are curated. They call WWE the competition. They don't refer to it as WWE. And if they start again, it's because they're listening to PWT Confirmed and they're fucking mentioning it again because I called them out for not mentioning it. But Yota Tsuji, finally people ask Tone about this shit. And he had this to say about Yota Tsuji.
I really am a big fan of Yota Tsuji. I have a lot of respect for Yota Tsuji and the IWGP World Title, and I would love to have him here. I've been a fan of his for many years. You know, I appreciate you bringing up what he said, but to be fair, there was another side to what he said. I think he said, I've always shown great respect to him and the wrestlers, and he's always felt very respected.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing is like, I'm glad actually Tone addressed and said this, because he's like, you're focusing on one part of what he said, but here's also what he said. And I'm actually glad Tone's saying this, because I pointed that out too. I'm like, he's right. Like, his assessment's fair, level-headed. And then what did Bruv do? He had a fucking little ninny meltdown on Yota Tsuji and then buried all of current Nuge that he abandoned. So it's like, fuck you, you know? Let's move along here with Tone's comments.
AEW when he's come here, and he feels like the New Japan wrestlers get a lot of respect from the company and from me personally. So I acknowledge what you said, but I also think there was another side to what Tsuji said, and I did appreciate that, because it is true. I am a big fan of his, and when he's come here, I've tried to let him know that and always make him feel welcome here. Thank you. I really am a
Holy fuck, did Tone? Was that just a based Tone felt in the I love that shit. Okay. So we move along here, and Yota Tsuji had this to say to Tokyo Sports like the next day, 23 hours ago. Yota Tsuji says he respects Tony Khan, would like for him to be at the G1 Climax event in Chicago. You know he will be. That's my hometown, Champaign, Illinois. We pop in champagne like we won a championship ring. Yota Tsuji says, I was once again struck by the breadth of his character as a person. I'll say it again. I respect Tony Khan. While I have my own thoughts about AEW, what I really see as a problem is New Japan's diplomatic style. Truth be told, I think we can build a new relationship by reevaluating those aspects. If this schedule allows, if his schedule allows, pardon me, I'd like Tony Khan to come to Chicago as well. I think this is our chance to show AEW's champion right here in the U.S. what the IWGP is all about. If anything, I'd even like to play a round of golf with him afterward. Gay? No. Listen, I like that Tsuji's being a consummate profesh. Again, how can they reevaluate? So let's play a little game. Like, how do they reevaluate? How can you reevaluate and reconfigure, I guess, how this relationship works? First and foremost, we'll work with you, but you're not allowed to gut all of our fucking guys. Like, we get an option of, I don't know how the contracts work, but like, Jesus Christ, how about not gut us and then Will Ospreay cries and buries us, the guy who just main evented your pay-per-view, and we don't just sit back and do shit about nothing about it. How about we look at how you guys can actually help us in the U.S.? How about we choose who the fuck you guys book on our shows? And then you can choose who gets booked on your shows or whatever, So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't even think of a way, because it's just the fact that AEW isn't that hot. And so in America, it's not going to help them. Like, what do you want the relationship to be? You want the New Japan guys to get over more in the States and be effective. Like, okay, imagine if Okada a decade ago walked into WWE, or like, let's say AEW was around, like, that would be a big fucking deal if he showed up to have a match. How do you get that? Like, when there's a crossover, it's not just like MLW. It feels more like when Jericho showed up and attacked fucking Naito, or fucking fought Kenny Omega or whatever. Like, that's what you need. That's the vibes you need to try and capture. How do you get there? I don't know if it's possible anymore, So we move along here with more Tone Cringe. And he hasn't been live in a while, but he had this to say about AEW Redemption in Montreal. And Tony Khan has announced a new start time for AEW Redemption. And so I think he's actually listening to the people and doing what the people say, because Montreal's East Coast time. So, I mean, here's my only thing, though. Does he just make the show go extra long, or is he actually going to just like end it at a good time? And also, Montreal don't play
The best
that
guys,
shit.
Tony Khan.
Like, Montreal is their own thing. Quebec is their own thing. They don't play that shit of like, oh yeah, you're going to be here till what time? They're going to be like, no, fuck you. They say that to Quebec says that to Canada's government all the time. They're like, no, fuck you. And they don't go along with anything that's going. They're just in their own lane. So they're not going to let Tone go late. And people don't want to fly from Canada late. Like, it's not the same thing as you're in the States already. Like, I don't know. Thankfully, Tone is doing this, but don't get used to this. And maybe we should get used to it. I don't know. But he does say that in Montreal, it will begin with 1 hour earlier than recent AEW pay-per-views, which is still too late. So it's like, okay, it goes till midnight on the East Coast or whatever. So it's going to go till 11 on the East Coast. Like, no one wants to fucking do that. Still, people still don't want to do that. It's got to go earlier than that even, or just shorten the length of the fucking cards, dude. Just take some of the matches, tell stories, and do them around the pay-per-view. Do them at the go-home. Do them at the fucking after the post Dynamite, right? And Dave already laid out what's going to happen. Kenny Omega is going to beat MJF for the fucking title at Redemption, and then it will be Kenny Ospreay at All In. So that means Darby got his hometown win, MJF got his hometown win, Kenny gets his hometown, home country win, and then Ospreay will get his hometown, home region, home country win. You know what I'm saying? So Tone is just a fucking hack. I mean, say what you will. I'm glad he's like putting over Tsuji, but he's a complete and utter creative hack. So Tony Khan was asked about the possibility of holding a future All In at Levi's Stadium. And Tony says, "That's a great idea." And it's like, brother, a fucking stadium again?
That's great.
A stadium. No, we have to dead the stadium talk. It's a great idea. Why is it a great idea? So you can lose a bunch of more money and people can try and embarrass you online? Like, just go, dude, I don't know if we do stadium size shows here. Obviously the fans would have to turn out and the demand would have to be there. But yeah, it's obviously something I would love to do. But I'm eyeing up this arena that fucking, is more within your range. And just be humble about it. Yeah, we'd love to do this stadium. Why? So it can just look like shit when it's not full? And you can paper the goddamn house? It's crazy.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
It's crazy. And the fans and these fucking dirt sheets asking dumb shit. What kind of fucking journalists in any other field, they'd go, well, you have, like, you're running these stadiums, you're not filling them. So do you think it would be, is that like a tax scheme that you have going on where you get more fucking tax cuts or something? Like, what? Why do you keep doing that? Would it benefit you more to do an arena or whatever the fuck? What's going on there? So Drainmaker has this to say: Big Dave Meltzer. Big Dave Meltzer. This is what I mean. Like, you guys have turned so many people off of wrestling in general, not just AEW. This Big Dave Meltzer shit, it is just like, oh my God, he's a 70-year-old man. The way you guys twerk and do the splits on it, as Kenny Omega would say to Gail Kim, for Dave Meltzer is fucking insane.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So he goes, Dave Meltzer asks Tony Khan if he's seen WWE's announcement of putting AAA NXT double shows on the same day against All In London. TK says he has seen it, basically says WWE counter programming is a compliment. So again, Tone handled it brilliantly. Now, is he a weirdo? Does he come across like Mark Zuckerberg? Does he come across like an awkward fucking too much caffeine, having a panic attack in the fucking limo ride to wherever he's going? Yes. Absolutely. Is Tone a bit of a fool and a goofball? Absolutely. Is he the king of the fool sip? Absolutely. Is he 2-cup, triple cup Tone? You guys see triple cups here. Triple cup. He's got 1, 2, 3 triple cup Tone in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? He's living the goddamn gimmick. And that being said, he has given way more professional and like laid back. That's what Jesus would do. Well, Jesus would give a professional answer and not say some crazy shit about Harvey Weinstein and Pepsi or whatever. Right? So, again, another good answer from Tone here.
Did you see the...
And listen to Dave. Did you say he's nervous? Tone. Did you see?
Did you see the WWE announcement today?
I didn't. What?
The WWE announcement today? Did you? Now, Tone 100% saw the announcement.
Yeah.
In fact, he was the first one to heart it and then go, "Oh, actually, I shouldn't do that." And then Dave
he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Dave's the one who texted it to Tone. So Tone's like, "Oh, I didn't see it." He fucking saw it for sure. right? And then Dave's like, did you see what WWE did? Holy fuck, Dave. But at least he is asking him a real question. But listen to how giddy Dave is. Did. And then Tone goes, no, I didn't. And then Dave goes, And this is what it is. It's forbidden love, Brian. Tonio, Antonio, wherefore art thou, Tony Khan? He's in love with Tone. Right. And he gets nervous around Tone, and he's just smitten that a billionaire respects him and calls him and fucking, but in person, Dave is real nervous. Right. So it's not even like Dave is Tone's daddy. It's actually the other way around, chat. And we're just discovering this here. Actually, Tone is the daddy. And when Dave sees Tone, it's like that South Park movie where it's like, there's the girl that I like. Do. Well, she is talking to other guys. I'm sure I could be cool if I try. Right? I forget the words, but it's like Stan Marsh seeing Wendy in South Park. Dave's like, there's the Tone that I like, Brian.
That's great.
I bet I could be cool if I try. Tony Khan.
he had that Cuervo with him the whole time too. Did you see the WWE announcement today?
I didn't. What announcement?
On the day of All In, they're going to be running not one but 2 shows.
Not one, but 2. One is the loneliest number, Tone. 2. One is the loneliest number. Oh my God, that's so funny. Someone needs to AI make one is the loneliest number, but Dave Meltzer's voice, and send it to me. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do, Brian. 2 can be as bad as 1. It's not just 1, it's 2. 2 can be as bad as 1. It's the loneliest number since 1, Tony.
I did see that.
Well, it's the loneliest number since 1, Brian.
I did see that. I saw that.
So he did see it. So he just admits that he saw it.
But 2 shows.
I did see that.
Oh, you did see
I did see that. Okay. I saw there was another announcement. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's like it's. Do you have any thoughts about it? Like, I mean, it's not the first time. It won't be the last time. But 2 shows on the same day.
And like fucking Tone's looking at him like he's a tard, and he should, because Tone did see that, and then he's like, well, 1 show, but it's like, Dave, one of them's AAA. So now you're conceding that CMLL head-to-head with anything in the USA does not mean shit, doesn't mean a squirt of piss in a hallway, in a crackhead's hallway, but AAA now is like WWE running 2 shows against AEW. How funny is that? All he does is just expose how like not hot and over AEW is. They have to worry about NXT. I thought they're the challenger brand. Why are they worried about NXT, where it's a bunch of developmental? Miles Bourne versus Tavian Heights and fucking Mason Rook and Keanu Carver and all these like new people are the embody even Kendal Grey's brand new. And they embody all of NXT right now. It's never been more developmental, bar like Evil and Tony D, since like the 2.0 era. This is the most like developmental it's been, because there was a period there where they, in the Platinum era, where like a bunch of main roster people would cross over like every week seemingly. And you guys are worried about that and AAA going against your Wrestle fucking Mania show. And I do like that Tone gets asked this shit in real time. And why is Dave even concerned? And now he wants to explain to Tone why 2 shows. I mean, 1 show's one thing, but 2 shows, they're going to get their ass kicked twice by it. It's fucking mentally ill. You couldn't prove, or you couldn't just showcase that you're a fucking shill more than Dave Meltzer has recently. And Tone's looking at him like, you're a dumbass. They're going to go head to head. Like, remember, they stopped going head to head at the end of last year. And then they started up again. And even Dave was like, well, they'll start up again. So that's all that's happening. Like, how do you even know WWE is being malicious towards AEW? I mean, it's safe to assume they are. But how do you even know for sure?
Any thoughts about it? Like, I mean, it's not the first time. It won't be the last time. But, you know, I mean, 2 shows.
So he goes, any thoughts on that? And then he just starts, but, you know, then he starts Brianing Tone and fucking explaining to Tone why he should be tripped out about this. Like, flutes in the fucking chat. We need flutes in the fucking chat. What the fuck are we doing? Oh my goodness.
I would say it's quite the compliment.
Yeah, it's good. It's double the compliment Jimmy Crockett got.
Yeah,
It's good. It's good. Twice as nice as they were to Jimmy. That's great. Well, I'll be sure to take it that way. And I think we're gonna have a great AEW All In. I'm really looking forward to going back to Wembley Stadium. It's gonna be the biggest night in AEW wrestling.
Did you see the WWE announcement today?
I didn't. What announcement?
Yeah, and then Tone just made it about AEW. So that was actually another good answer from Tone there, averting Dave's fucking malarkey. And that, ladies and germs, was AEW news. And that was Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, I guess. That was Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week segment. And that was good shit. So let's get into, we're going to do WWE news next. And what's chat saying? Guys, check out patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. The fucking flutes are in the chat. Talking about refs in the pocket. Okay. So let's get into, guys, WWE news up next. And what's going on with AEW tonight? Anything meaningful? Let me just see here. So, ladies and gentlemen, WWE news. We have so much to get to still in this show. I cannot wait. And we have some controversies in WWE news. They are signing everybody up. And everybody hurts if you're Dave Meltzer. And everybody cry when they do 2 shows. But yeah, Dave, I mean, come on, man. He's just proved that he's a fucking shill. Sorry, I'm just like plugging something in over here. Very distracting. So yeah, guys, hit like, and if you're watching this on replay, hype the video. That's important. And also on Patreon, I'm gonna be watching season 2 of Tough Enough, and Matt Morgan is on, I think, like half the season, or he's on like most of the season. He's gonna come talk about it in some form or fashion. And so yeah, Kenny Omega tonight. So I just want to talk about this. So MJF tonight on Dynamite defends his title, and he's getting Kenny Omega to agree to whatever if he wants whatever the fuck, right? And Renee Paquette's explaining that right now. So Dave stooged it. I exposed him. Then he went on his show and was like, I actually wasn't told anything. It's just the obvious thing. But it wasn't obvious that Kenny was going to get a fucking shot when he said it. It was nowhere near obvious. And so, yeah, it's just a bunch of hometown wins. And then we get the rubber match, Ospreay versus Omega. I respect you, bruv, versus I respect you, bruv, at All In. And then it'll be Kenny giving the title to Ospreay. And it's just, it's garbage, predictable garbage. And Dave, if it wasn't predictable, Dave just made it that way and fucking ruined it. Okay, so if you're invested in AEW and you listen to Dave, you should not like Dave. I also dropped a clip of Dave Meltzer today saying that, again, his most unhinged WWE rant of all time. If you haven't yet and you don't listen to full episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week every Thursday live on YouTube, go and watch that clip. He literally calls WWE fans new, stupid minorities. And I'm not joking. Like, it was fucking unhinged.
Stupid idiot.
And he's just melting down. And you guys see why. Because they're fucking desperate. And you have MJF cutting like an impassioned babyface promo almost right now. Like, they're just ass backwards and nobody cares unless they're talking about WWE. Also, we have MJF arguing with sickos in this show, okay? So, again, guys, let's get into some WWE news. We'll just drink some water over here. Everybody hydrate. And get ready for WWE news. Where's the drop? Fucking StreamYard fucked up my drop.
Dummy. Yeah.
Right here. So, guys, it's time for WWE news, and just announced, WWE has announced a joint AAA and NXT Heatwave event for Sunday, August 30 in Edinburgh, Texas B. And so they are connected, and it's AAA. Then they switch things around and go NXT Heatwave. We'll, of course, be here at PWT to stream it head-to-head with All In. If I'm in town. I think I'll be in town. But yeah, I am excited for this, and it'll be cool to see AAA, what they have to offer in America. You know what I mean? Because that's where you can spice things up a bit. And that's where the fans aren't seeing the shows every single week. You know, like in Mexico, they're seeing those goddamn shows every week, and those crowds are hot as shit. But in America, they're going to want to see some El Grande action. So your boy Phil's excited for that. I bet those crowds will be pretty lively. Speaking of liveliness in AAA, El Hijo del Vikingo was injured earlier today going over the scheduled match with EK Prosper. It is currently unknown how serious the injury is, and he was supposed to, I think, defend his Latin American Championship on NXT. He was not able to do so because he got injured going over his match. So I'm not sure the severity of it. We'll see. Hopefully he's back in time for that All In show. That's all I can really say about that. Speaking of like injuries, Netflix is censoring Braun Breaker's face on the Night of Champions replay due to his cut. And I mean, that is lame as fuck. I need it. Price is wrong, bitch. That's honestly whack as fuck. Like, WWE, talk to Netflix. TKO, talk to Netflix. Netflix, figure it out. Quit being pussies. You guys say fuck and stuff like that. You guys, like, stop it. Now I'm starting to get pissed off with the way TKO and Netflix do some of this stuff. Okay? Like, cut it out already. Show the fucking blood. Nobody cares. Like, you don't need to make it black and white. That's why you're on streaming. There's shows where titties are out and people get maimed by demogorgons and shit. Like, you can show blood in a wrestling match. Fucking stupid. So we move along here. They're blurring his face like he's fucking Christian. Yeah, I know. I got a gimmick for you. We're going to blur your face out. Actually, we'll put a fucking blue dot over it. Yeah. You know? Like, we're not babies. I get it. You want to show the shit to kids. Fuck around, you know? Speaking of WWE and the way they're doing things as of late, JD from NY melted down about Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar on Raw and the Seth Rollins Braun Breaker match. Now, I'm not going to nitpick this the way I did on Memba Monday, but I just wanted to bring this to the masses on the regular live show. So JD feels as though WWE's insulting our intelligence and stuff. Now, I'll say this. WWE's insulting our intelligence if they want us, if Bayley doesn't leave the company and then the plan was always just for Lyra to go crazy, that's insulting intelligence. Doing things like blurring out Breaker's face. Like, that's insulting intelligence, man. I'm sorry. Even for kids. Like, what are you going to hide? Like, I don't know. It's just silly, dude. He bled. If your parents say it's okay for you to watch fucking pro wrestling or whatever, then that's their goddamn prerogative, okay? But here's JD's rant on WWE insulting everybody's intelligence.
Why couldn't you give me Oba and Braun with Brock Lesnar ruining Oba's chances, causing a count out? Or, you know, I understand you don't want to pin Oba Femi. Why couldn't?
And so this is the problem. I broke it down way more in depth on PWT Member Tuesday this week. So become a member of the YouTube channel. You want access to the shows. But I broke it down in way more depth. But basically in WWE, you have fans right now where it's kind of split. Like, some people really want the predictable outcome. And then some people just want to be shocked and not even just shocked, but like WWE has to find ways to not go the predictable route that anybody could fantasy mark book. And that's what JD's yelling about. He's just upset that the more predictable outcome wasn't what happened.
That happened there. Getting Braun and Seth in the finals, like I had predicted. You know, the Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins match in the finals.
I fucking predicted it. And if you fucking don't do what I say, you can keep the cannoli. Go.
That we got anyway at Crown Jewel, at Night of Champions. They put them in a steel cage match. They ended up working the show together anyway.
Yeah, so Seth was going to get his win back, and you don't want to put the King of the Ring on Seth. Right? You want to put it on Oba. And all WWE is doing is they're trying to draw parallels between Brock and Oba and their rookie runs the same way they did Rock and Brock. I'll elaborate in a second.
Why didn't we just put them in?
And I elaborated way further on Memba Monday.
The King of the Ring final. If we were only going to do that match anyway, minus the steel cage.
Because Oba deserves King of the Ring more, and he should be over. If Breaker won it, people would have been like, whatever. And he's the Rula. He's M'Baku, so he's going to be the king. It doesn't do anything for Breaker, and Seth was obviously going to get his win. He wasn't going to go 0-3 against Breaker, and so they did it in a cage, and you don't want Seth to be King of the Ring either because that's redundant. Like, you want to use it to make somebody. And also Brock was King of the Ring in his rookie year. Then he went on to win the title, and he had a big match at SummerSlam against The Rock, becoming the youngest champion ever. And that's what they're doing with Oba, but he's going to beat Brock and retire him at SummerSlam, possibly in a Hell in a Cell, and then go and win the title, because you got to keep Oba away from destroying everybody. And then the main event guys like a Jacob Fatu, a Cody Rhodes, CM Punk, the wily vet. Cody Rhodes, the guy who fights from underneath and can go to the limit and pull out the impossible. Also a fucking Jacob Fatu, a Roman Reigns. They can go the limit with Oba. Everybody else can't. And so that's how you get him there. And then also with Sami Zayn being the champion, he can beat Jey Uso at SummerSlam. And then fucking when Oba just squashes and squishes fucking Sami Zayn, you're not triggered by it because, like, they have it laid out. JD's just getting triggered because his uber predictable, like, everybody and their mom and their mom's dog went, Brock's going to cost him the match. So JD's just like, why wasn't it the way it's not what I thought it was. That's what she said. Go.
Could have been the blow off to their feud. It could have actually been a lot more.
I mean, it was okay. I said, honey, how was the creme brulee? She said, Dice, JD, it was okay. And I said, you fucking bitch. Only okay is 350. Now get the fuck out of here.
Meaningful and a lot more powerful if the finals took place between Rollins and Breakker, and Oba would have been fucked over by Brock Lesnar.
Ken Dudley for 5 says, little known fact, JD from NY used to be the singer of a band called named Pissed Midget. Is that true? Pissed Midget, is that like your name or is that like what you do? Go! I'm over here now. A Pissed Midget? Is that true? That's fucking crazy. And then Ken Dudley's also been a member for 15 months. Fucking spectacular, supporting the channel for that long. And he members on Mondays. And I'll give you an I will rule you because my sounds are all over the place. Thank you so much. So let's keep listening to JD here.
Which would then bring us to tonight. Rollins would beat Braun Breaker, which he did at Night of Champions. Rollins would then call out Roman Reigns to get a championship match at SummerSlam, which he did tonight. And then Brock and Oba could have a match at SummerSlam, which Oba challenged him tonight, like the way it ended up.
Right. And like, exactly. It ended up this way. So, I mean, and none of it was bad. Just you want what everyone predicted was going to happen. That's all JD wanted. That's fine. I'll read my tweet response to this in a moment.
But they decided to turn the King of the Ring crown and the King of the Ring tournament into a de facto Money in the Bank contract.
And it's also just to help get Oba over because he's the Rula M'Baku. You got to like understand his character. I figured everybody understood it by now. He's not going to, the Rula ain't going to win T'Challa's crown. You know, he ain't going to go after the crown of Wakanda, dude. Like, you got to be shitting me, JD.
Chat.
And it was always a title shot. Well, not always, but most of the time it's a fucking title shot. To the point they even were like, oh, it's for the Intercontinental title one time or whatever.
There's legitimately nobody watching me right now that can refute anything I said.
I refuted everything he said. And here's the thing, actually, though. I don't even know if you can refute it because he's technically not wrong. Like, that is one way to book it. Right? But refute what I'm saying because I feel I could refute. Well, it's not even about refuting it. It's not even that. I could refute insulting intelligence, though. Like, it's by no means insulting your intelligence to just try and, like, Seth and Braun are going to... Okay, so why wouldn't Seth and Braun have, like, a big blow-off match for their feud or whatever, like, in a cage? You wanted it to be there. They just so happened to be on both ends of the King of the Ring and then end up meeting in the finals. Like, everyone would have sniffed that out a mile away. Whereas Jey Uso versus Oba, even I was convinced Jey might win that shit. So many people were like, oh, Jay's winning that shit. And he didn't. He just went out there and fucking lost. And so, like, that was way more unpredictable overall. And in pro wrestling, that's honestly what it's all about. It's keeping the fans who've seen every trick in the book on their fucking toes. And because JD's fantasy mark booking didn't play out the way that he had anticipated, which was everybody's fantasy mark booking, he's like dumbfounded by it. And then he goes off about like Oba not having people to squash and stuff like that. My response was this: I wouldn't call it insulting anyone's intelligence. It just might not be as good as JD lays it out here, depending on what your opinion is. Seth versus Braun in the finals, leading to Roman being challenged because Brock Oba would be beefing regardless, works really well. It would have been a glaring coincidence and largely predictable because Braun and Seth would also still be beefing. People genuinely didn't know if Jey or Oba was winning at Night of Champions, whereas Seth getting a win back was almost a given. I might have said Gunther before. My bad. You guys get what I meant. They're just trying to draw as many parallels between Brock and Oba as possible during the torch passing process. Brock was unstoppable, beating people 1v2, won King of the Ring, and then went on to win the championship immediately, and that's what Oba's doing right now. They're just not doing it at SummerSlam the way Brock beat Rock. And when Brock beat Rock, they drew parallels as well on TV. They're like The Rock comes from a prestigious wrestling family. It's in his blood, and Brock Lesnar's an NCAA, like wrestling's in their blood. And then they're both the youngest to win the titles and shit. Like they were drawing if Brock can beat Rock, then he's the youngest to do it. They did the same thing kind of. And then Rock like hand chose Brock as well. And as the story goes, and that's what's happening. Brock is choosing Oba. Like, I'm going to give it all for you, dude. Like fucking Dave Meltzer with Tone on date night. He's just giving it all. So, yeah, I think JD's just melting down about nothing, really. Speaking of people melting down. So, Kendal Grey, out of nowhere for some reason, people started looking up her tweets when she was 13 years old. Which, if you do that, you should be in prison because you're a PDF file. No, I'm just talking about, like, why you looking up 13-year-olds' tweets, brother? No. It is cringe, though, right? Like, people look up. So all of a sudden, this person's like, I'm going to look up, forget about it, right? We're on YouTube. You're a forget about it, is what Kendal Grey said to this person. And then she goes, "You're," with like the apostrophe RE. And then Kendal Grey goes, "You're ghetto. My ghetto gospel, those who wish to follow me." Yeah, so she was calling motherfuckers a forget about it, getting ratioed, or no, this is now just people like commenting and bookmarking it now, whatever. But like sickos or wackos, I don't know who, they want to like cancel Kendal Grey. And notice like nobody's really jumping on this because nobody gives a fuck really.
Emotional damage.
Fucking everyone used that word. Like, yeah, if somebody's walking down the street, fucking just being a piece of shit, calling people forget about it and stuff and calling them out their name, any way you do that, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, you know? But it's just like, especially when you're 13, bro, like that, it must suck like being a kid as well in that age of social media where like all of your shit is just, you know, it's just shitty. Like it's just shitty. It's shitty for people who one day fucking, you know, you're in your 20s and people are touting you're going to be one of the best pro wrestlers ever. And then people dig up one tweet when you're 13 and said some shit like this and go, "Oh, she's a piece of shit." You know, but people are just over it though. They're like, "Fuck, man, can we stop doing this? Like, I thought we were done doing this to people." You know, like this guy goes, "Why are people mad at you? Like, she didn't say a whole slur." And I don't give a fuck. She didn't say a whole slur. Well, no, it's still, I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. If she was 13, like, why are you on Twitter at 13? Okay, so this person still is like, let's cancel her. I'm not trying to defend Kendal Grey here, but look, huge ratio, like 800 likes, same amount of views, 800 likes on this, only 5 replies. I'm not trying to defend her here, but you guys got to stop searching up old tweets. It's very weird behavior. No, defend her. Defend her. Like, fuck it, man. Like, Jesus Christ, we got to quit fucking, I don't know, man. We got to quit like digging up old tweets and being like, let's cancel Kevin Hart because he fucking is a comedian that made a joke. Like, shut up. Everyone's just over this whole like virtue signal cancel pig type situation. And yeah. When you Chris Benoit someone, okay, let's fucking, you know, when you Chris Benoit your family, yeah, cancel that motherfucker and lock him up, throw away the key, feed him to fucking alligators. When it's shit like this, bro, like, come on. I'm gonna cancel everyone who ever said that shit or said some shit they regret or said some stupid shit because they're who they hung out when they were 13. You know, you just say shit. And especially in that era, think about when she was 13. That was probably like the most ruthless internet blood sport era of fucking internet. Like the early Xbox, even to this day, but like the Xbox chat back in the day. Like, come on, man. People said the craziest shit. Go and cancel Eminem then. But no, you all will twerk. You would fucking do the splits on it like Kenny Omega says about Gail Kim for Eminem, right? Let's cancel him too for fucking using that word so much in his songs and doing the theme song of Raw. Like, grow the fuck up, man. So tired of that shit. So anyways, we move along here and shout out Kendal Grey. Like now it's so funny too. Like Dave hypes her up as the next best thing. Everybody wants to take a shit on her now and fucking trash her and all this shit. It's like, fuck off, man. Dig up old tweets. Why? Because she's about to cook AEW. And now you have Dave glazing her and saying it's better than anything on the AEW women's roster. So now sickos want to what? Look up your old tweets. You're there. You're on your 100th account. Look up fucking your old tweets. It's crazy. So anyways, Ren Sinclair, it is Ren's day. We're talking about youngins on the come up, and it is Ren's day here at PWT. First, John Cena is bald though. So again, like MJF, it's like, unless your doctor tells you to shave your fucking head full force, you don't do that unless you're like really committing to the treatment, because they do stuff early to see if it sticks. And then if you want to fucking whatever. So Cena shaved his head right off, and he's a cue ball, and he's trying to grow his hair back. So speaking of social media and social media posts, WWE is accused of using streamers' clip after getting her TikTok clips channel banned. Now, here's the problem, okay? And I'm not trying to call anybody out, but here's what a lot of these influencers do. They fucking sit there and then they just make faces at this. So this is what like Wheezy Blonde does. And I'm not trying to like make fun of her or anything. This is what a bunch of these girls do. A bunch of these other streamers. They sit in front of like their toys with the blue black light, and then they fucking do their makeup, and then they fucking like just make faces, and then their content is just straight up taking WWE's clips and putting it right underneath and then reacting to it. And then they're getting pulled for audio because they just sit there and go, do overreactions. They don't have like hot takes, right? They don't have fucking like, they're not entertaining really. They don't really add anything. So WWE loves to use them to be like, look at these people, these influencers reacting to our shit. But then they're going to copyright strike you for like just blatantly playing their stuff. They do it to me too. Like I end up having to edit out of my live streams after like all the clips from the WWE. And that's why I appreciate when you guys become members and super chat in and check out Patreon, because it supports what I do. Because a bunch of these streams get fucking yellow flagged after, like they get fucking flagged after, you know, and I just live with that, whatever. I want to put on a good show. I want to be entertaining. I'm going to show a bit of the clip too when I think it's worthy of it, or it should be shown. But a lot of them rely on that. So what do you think is going to happen? Of course, they're going to copyright strike your shit. This is why Matthew Gregg Botchamania can't exist. And he didn't for a long time. And now he figured out a way around it. But it's not even really around it, because a lot of times these shows get pulled, or you just have to accept that I'm not going to make money. Like WWE's going to block it in a bunch of countries, and WWE's very gracious. Honestly, what they mostly do is just block it in a bunch of countries, or they'll just block it and then you have to sort of edit like portions out. You know what I mean? But they don't just blatantly strike everyone down and shit. I don't know how it works on Twitter, but again, like find a way to make more compelling commentary and stuff like that. You know, I don't know what to tell you. And so Monday night's Raw opened with Night of Champions recap. This Marissa girl claimed WWE had her clips channel banned before using her reaction on television. And she says, WWE saw this tweet and got our TikTok clips channel banned. So again, it's not WWE getting you banned. It's TikTok and their fucking TOS. So learn what their TOS is. Notice I didn't say forget about it, but I'll call you a retard. Well, guess what? Fucking, that's because YouTube, you got to fucking abide by whatever platform you're on, and they all have different checks and balances. Kick is pretty cool, I think, because Kick is all right, you know, and we're getting more viewers over on Kick too. And so shout out whoever watches the shit on Kick afterwards. There's a lot of Kick bots I notice, but I don't know. Shadow kick. But she goes, confirmed WWE used our clip from NOC, but got our clip channel banned. Can't make this up. No, they don't get your thing. And this is the problem. And this Marissa DeLuca girl. So let's look up her Twitter and everybody be nice to these people. Okay. I like fucking Wheezy Blonde, and I don't even know their names. I've never heard of Marissa DeLuca before now. Let's go to her channel. And like, here's her PFP. I don't know if this is a wrestler or if this is just her, but like, why do you think people are watching her? It's for her hot takes or her hot cakes. Go, I'm over now. You know what I'm saying? So like, your clips thing, like it's hard to. So for instance, like even on my channel, I have a playlist on PWT clips channel called Pro Wrestle Fun, and I've done things like I just uploaded fucking John Cena and Bret Hart, the only two wrestlers to appear as themselves on The Simpsons, and I just put their scenes, their appearances side by side. Now that shit got flagged, and I still just do it for people who might want to see cool pieces of wrestling media like that. And I ain't making no money off that. And I'll still just fucking upload it. Like if Matt Groening or The Simpsons or Fox or Disney or whatever goes, hey, we take the revenue from this, then that's what the fuck they're going to do. But it's AI that's notifying people is the point I'm getting at. So you're like, WWE took us down. No, TikTok took you down. Okay? TikTok took you down. It wasn't like Triple H is sitting there taking you down. You just have to kind of know how to play the game. It's all about the game and how you play it. All about control and if you can take it. So it is what it is. But when people are like, WWE struck us, no, their AI flags their content. And then they give you the option if you're on YouTube. They give you options on what to do from there. Okay? And you just got to be wise about it. And that's why I have been uploading shit. That's why I go on Kick as well now. That's why I also upload the clips of the shows and stuff to Rumble for fucking 30 views. Just it exists somewhere else. You know, you never fucking know. So it's good to spread your wings, but you can't blame WWE for like you just taking clips of their shit. Again, I made a fucking review, a video review, like a video essay review of Clash in Italy. And I had to re-upload that shit like 4 fucking times because WWE kept sniping little parts, and you have to vastly transform the content, especially on like TikTok and shit. So blame TikTok. Don't be on TikTok. It's not like WWE themselves are like, nuke this bitch, you know? Speaking of TikTok and Reels and people who just are masters of social media, it's Ren's Day, everybody. Two's in chat for happy Ren's Day. Let's check in with our girl, Ren Sinclair, our speed champion, Ren Sinclair.
Oh, my stomach hurts from all the cake. Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. So a lot has happened in the past week, so let's go ahead and do a little Ren's Day Rencap. So let's start with the Great American Bash. I retained my speed championship, and it took me less than 5 minutes. It took some people almost 20. And I even took a little detour to put Charles back in his place again. I'm just saying. Pretty fast. And Kendal, she won the NXT Women's Championship.
So fast, Ren. It's like the Flash.
And we got to celebrate with some cake, just like we promised. And before you ask where Kendal is, she's training. I don't know if you heard, but she has to defend her title next week against the BOAT, Natty. So while she's handling business on that end, I decided
they're just eating a bunch of cake. That's pretty funny.
Since the Ren QCC is the
Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Yo, you know, bitches shouldn't eat fast food. You know, hot bitches, fast food makes hot bitches fart or whatever he says. That's so
most
funny.
Winning faction, 2 members, 2 titles, That's a 100% success rate.
I butchered the joke, but Jay's like, fucking, don't you know that stuff makes hot bitches fart?
We need to capitalize on our momentum. So we need to go out with the old, in with the new. I'm thinking maybe matching t-shirts, maybe matching warm-ups, maybe matching jackets. Maybe we need to get some coasters. Maybe we need to, oh my goodness.
I'll buy coasters. I need coasters.
Maybe we need to get some cards. I don't know. Maybe we need to get some honorary members. Do you think we can get a celebrity endorsement? Do you think a Jonas brother is available?
Phil Marks will do it. I will do it. Ren, I will be your celebrity endorsement.
Oh my gosh. We need a mascot. And I've just the idea. Follow me. I said, follow me.
So there's her pooch. Speaking of flagging, like, music is the worst. Music is the fucking worst on YouTube. You get flagged just immediately. So we got some like roster news and stuff. There's actually one thing. Let me find it quickly. And in the meantime, guys, am I cooking tonight, chat? Let me fucking know. We still have so much show to go. So much fucking brilliant show to go. In the meanwhile, Chris Jericho wants to say something while I find this post. So speaking of old dudes, man, there's a bunch of people that WWE is rumored to be signing. I don't mean you, Baron Corbin. He'd fucking stretch everybody. But Zilla Fatu's one of them. And, of course, they've been signing some young talent and featuring them prominently. But somebody who's rumored to be making his return to WWE, there's quite a few people, one of which is, according to False Finish HQ, which is that Corey Hayes guy that used to be with Body Slam. So I don't know how reputable this is, but I'm just throwing out there that it's that guy. If you trust him for what it's worth, right? He's like just because False Finish, there's so many of these accounts that have popped up now that kind of just do what like Wrestle Purists do. They don't really break news. They just kind of like post other people's news. False Finish HQ is not one of those. Like when they report something, it's actually like that Corey Hayes guy. He took his connects from Body Slam, obviously, and shit. But WWE is expected to be interested in bringing Eric Young back to the company following his recent departure from TNA. So Eric Young didn't shoot that down. We discussed this earlier in TNA news. He has a job anywhere he goes, anywhere in the wrestling business, either producing, agenting. He could show up in NWA and be the world champ. He could show up in MLW, give people some proper matches. He could show up in WWE and put like Will Cruz and some of these kids over while producing and agenting. He could be going to AEW for all we fucking know. We have no clue. Okay. But if he does return to WWE, I don't see him like being wrestling super prominently, which is why he, I guess, left in the first place. But he also asked for his release. So who knows? Maybe there's a bigger and brighter opportunity for him as we move along here. Some of these guys are returning, man, and it's happening. Something that I have been fantasy mark booking, not even fantasy mark booking, because I really didn't see how it would happen. I was like begging Tone, like Dave on his knees, like a little bitch. Tone, wherefore art thou, Tone? Right? I was begging Tone forever, like, dude, put Big Bill with Enzo Amore. Like, book this shit already. I can't find my cup of haters, but how is no Fed MLW? How is none of these Feds put Enzo and Cass back together? It makes no fucking sense. Because they worked, they were money. And maybe that incident in Ring of Honor that went awry with Tama Tonga and them, like, may have soured some people, but just fast forward. And this is what I also want to point out, okay?
Let's talk about it.
Enzo and Cass 10 years ago were both, I would argue, in worse shape. Not that Enzo's really been out of shape or even really Big Bill, but he would say he was, but he's in tremendous shape now. They were in worse shape. They were worse pro wrestlers, and that's not a knock on them. Like, I'm saying these two guys have come along, both managed to get over in other companies with different names, saying like different but similar shit. Big Bill and Brian Keith were starting to get over, and the crowds were reacting to them, and Tone just buried them in fucking Ring of Honor like an idiot. So Enzo and Cass, think about this a decade later, let's say 10 years later, after they fucking got the boot and you didn't think you could get more over, they're about to come back both more poised and professional, both in better shape, both better in-ring workers, both in better places in their lives, both with prospects outside of just pro wrestling, both getting over with different names and different companies, both coming back as a fucking nostalgia act. When that fucking music hits, boom, 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 you soft like sauce. I don't even know the words. You soft like sauce. What's the lyrics? I have no fucking clue. But I'm going to pop so hard. The crowd is going to go fucking insane. No, here's the thing, actually. If they don't go insane, then that will stink. But if they go insane, if the whole crowd erupts and not just like a section of them, then it will show that gimmick had longevity and it's fresh in it. Like, who doesn't want to fucking SAWFT Swift? Like, who doesn't want to hit one of those with Enzo and Cass? You mean to tell me in this era of fanatics and all of the, Enzo and Cass won't be huge, and you can push them as singles, and Enzo can work now, so he can go to AAA. He can go to fucking, if they want him back in NXT, he can go to and help boost their ratings. He can go to, and he can impart knowledge, which is what he's doing at Fourth Rope. He's producing, wrestling, working with the young talent, laying shit out. He's a creative force, which he's always been, but he's proven that it can work because Fourth Rope sells out their shows. They don't even announce the fucking matches, as pointed out on Enzo Amore's girlfriend, wife's vlog that she does. They'll announce like one or two matches and then they're selling out. And then Big Bill's in a better place. Enzo and them will get over like a motherfucker again, and he can actually wrestle for the United States title, and Big Bill could wrestle for the world heavy. There was rumors then he was getting pushed to be a fucking WWE champion, and we know what they did with Enzo in the cruiserweight division. They based the whole fucking thing around him. So I'm not saying they're going to bring a cruiserweight title back, but the US or whatever, and they could win the tag titles. And again, if the rumors are true about WWE wanting to push guys that are more like singles as tag guys as well, which I don't even really know what that means, but I guess like Viking Raiders, you guys take a back seat, and the Street Profits, even though those teams are world champs or champs in Mexico and Raw respectively. So who knows if that's even true, but let's say that is true. Well, guys like Enzo and Cass can both go solo as well, and they can always get back together. But when they come out, you soft like sauce. Oh my goodness. Like, people are going to lose their fucking minds for that. At least I am. And this is some shit I've wanted to see for a long time. And this is some shit that I can't believe no other Fed just capitalized on it. Because it doesn't matter what their names are. Real One, Big Bill, Big Cass, Colin Cassidy, Enzo with a Kaz XL or whatever. They've had a bunch of names. It doesn't matter. It's just their gimmick together. And the fact that Big Bill was able to like get over even with the AEW audience when he's a guy that you wouldn't think would get over with that audience at all. At all. And he was able to get over with them and just the WWE fans as well, obviously. And then Enzo is obviously over. Like, come on, he cuts such good promos. I just love this so much, and I really hope they do return. Now, the dirt sheets couldn't wait to leak all of this shit for WWE. Notice that. They can't wait. They were talking about this months ago. They were talking about this weeks ago, months. I don't know about months, but they were talking about this weeks ago with Baron Corbin and these other guys. Right?
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
So Big Bill, a.k.a. Big Cass, is leaving AEW and rejoining WWE. He is expected to be joined by Enzo Amore. And they are, of course, bona fide G and certified studs. And you can't teach that. Right? And so we move along, and Baron Corbin. So a long while ago, Baron Corbin was rumored to be going back to WWE from MLW. MLW worked it into like an angle on their show, Fusion, kind of. And, we've heard the rumors here on PWT that, yeah, he is going back to WWE. And some people believe because Dijak and Corbin got over as the Skyscrapers in MLW and on the indies, that they will take Corbin and stick him with Briggs and then create like their version of the Skyscrapers in WWE or NXT or just in general. And then you could push both of them as singles. Like, we already know that because Corbin is a singles guy, but he's all, and this makes a lot of sense too, that they would do that because Briggs is a guy that they see a future in. I see a future in. I like him. It took a minute for me to come around on him, but it was his match with Shiloh Hill on NXT, and I've glazed it to death. You guys already know. And that really turned me around on Briggs. But some people speculate now that they're going to team them up and sort of do the Skyscrapers in WWE, and that could even be a main roster act because Briggs has been gone for a while, and so they could just show up in a tag team. Now, I don't know if they do that unless it's like Corbin, and then Corbin has a faction, but he teams with him more, and then maybe there's a girl with them too, because just like re-debuting Corbin, I'm back, and now I'm in a tag team. That's so like you do that in the fucking territories. You bring a guy in, and he may have worked as a single, but then you pair him up with this other guy, and you fucking, and it's like new to that territory, but it's Baron Corbin. And that's where I just don't know if that would be as good as. Look at this guy right here. Look at his gear right now. Picture Baron Corbin. Right? And I'm actually going to do this live on the show using AI. Okay? Make Baron Corbin face paint and attire. So here we go. Imagine right now in your minds that Baron Corbin's face is painted like Danhausen, and he's Corbinhausen, and he's the Frankenhausen or whatever this whole time. And then it's the same thing. And I'll explain why they would want to stick him with Griggs or Briggs, whatever the fuck, or Danhausen would be because he teamed with guys like fucking Rhino and Breaker, and he was just able to get it over and make it work. Kind of random pairings. And Corbin helped elevate his partners for sure, or was elevated by them and was able to turn them into like, you know, Rhino and Corbin feuded then after as well. Like it was really good. And so if you guys remember that when he had the long stringy hair and was like balding and shit. So if you stuck him with Briggs, it would help get him over. If you stuck him with Danhausen, he'd be able to play the part, and it would help give Danhausen more of a rub. Not that he even needs it, but he kind of does need it as far as like in ring. It only helps Danhausen that he's working with the Miz and shit like that, as much as it helps Kit Wilson and things, right? And so Corbin with Danhausen would be cool, and you know Corbin could live up to it because he's done the wacky gimmicks like Happy Corbin and fucking... He's done everything, you know. He's done the wacky gimmicks, he's done the serious shit. And unfortunately, it would be cool if they just brought Dijak and Corbin in as the skyscrapers if they were going to go that route. But I don't think Dijak is ever going to be welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. Grok just really fucked this up. Grok was terrible. Boo Grok, everybody. L's in the chat for Grok. This is just unfathomably bad. So bad, I'm not even going to show it to you guys because it's fucking terrible what Grok came up with. Maybe we need Grok Imagine. But just picture him right there with tats, with Danhausen's gear in the red and black and white and a cape and his and Danhausen face paint. And it's Corbinhausen. I think that works so better than fucking Omos, better than any other person you could think of. But Corbin has reportedly finished up with MLW and is set to return to WWE. And Tom Pestock, a.k.a. Baron Corbin, says, didn't we do this exact same thing last month? And they have worked it into an angle on MLW, so who knows if it's actually true. But if the rumors are true and WWE's digging around, or maybe WWE's floating this out there and working these dirt sheets so that everybody's like, oh, is this guy going to show up in WWE? Is this guy going to show up? And then you're watching every show like, oh, this guy might show up. And then they get another Jericho situation, right? The whole internet was like beyond pro wrestling Twitter. The whole internet was like, oh, I thought Jericho was coming back and shit. Like, come on. Everybody anticipated that. So maybe WWE's just fucking with these sheets. Who knows? But they are just so giddy and can't wait to leak this shit out. And I think Corbin's got a little more unfinished business in MLW before he officially shows up in WWE. But if they're trying to sign him back, sweet. You know, I'm pretty sure he like knows Taylor Swift and shit like that. And his connections run deeper than whatever. And if he's willing to come back for the same or less money than they paid him before, but it's still really good money, then why not? But if it's fake, then haha, the dirt sheets fail again. But I also am down with him being Corbinhausen. I actually want him to be Corbinhausen really badly. And I got my wish with Enzo and Cass. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. We got the Bang Bang Gang in full effect, in full force. Damn, it's funny how I said that, and then Nigel McGuinness said that too. Full force. I'm jumping Jeff Farmer, and I'm going full force. But yeah, this is a faction I can get behind in AEW. 100%. The Gangbang Scissor Gang. Yeah, the Bang Bang. I don't know, whatever the fuck the Bang Bang Gang, that's so stupid. They're BCGs, man. They're Bullet Club Gold. Well, I don't know. Actually, Bang Bang Gang, it's not all that bad. It's really not all that bad. It's just like your Bullet Club, though. That's why you guys do the shooting guns thing, and you have the guns in the group, and it's obviously just the black and gold extension of Bullet Club. So, what do you guys think of Corbinhausen? I think that's the way to go.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
100%. Guys, shout out to everybody watching tonight too. We went, it's like 250, fluctuating a little below that. So thank you all. Shout out the PWT universe. We still got more shows, so stay locked in. 240, 250. So shout you guys out. Hit like, hit heart, or retweet if you're watching on X, if you don't mind. And yeah, check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And if you're watching on replay, hype the video. Shout out to everybody who super chatted and become a member. And I do bonus shows weekly. And this last Member Monday or Member Tuesday, we did some throwbacks and we reviewed Raw. And I put some shit over. And I made fun of JD even more. I don't know, just a little daddy magic taste tonight. I'm just listening to Jay White here. See, this group, they got the look. Like, they look like they should all be together and, like, these guys could kick some ass, you know? Like, nobody's too small. The guns are bodied up, right? Austin's bodied up. You know, Jay White can go. He can really wrestle. Can talk pretty good. Juice is just funny as fuck. And I don't know, the Bang Bang Gang, it's an okay name. We'll roll with it. Oh boy, do we have some stuff to get into here next. Somebody let the dogs out, didn't they? So it's like some more Bullet Club versus Bullet Club war. Now they're doing a who let the dogs out chant. Clacones. David Finley Jr. Okay, Jesus Christ. We have Jim Cornette just going off. And we got to get this here in the bookmark. Sorry, guys. I'm quickly just adding some stuff here that I see Jim Cornette said. Okay, guys. Let's get into, how's the U.S. doing, chat? Let me know. Are they doing good in the footy match? Canadians fucking love soccer like more than Americans, but it's good to see like Americans in my chat being like, let's go USA for the fucking World Cup or whatever. Like, that's cool. And soccer is honestly cool as fuck. And I just don't keep up with it too much, you know, as I'm more invested in like all the drama in the WNBA lately, just online, not even the games, just the highlights of them fighting. And then like people bitching about it online, like Sophie Cunningham and shit, and then beating up Caitlin Clark. You know, it's like fucking every game she just gets scrapped out by the other team. She's like fucking, she needs a gooner, dude. She's like the Wayne Gretzky of the WNBA. Gretzky always had whatever team he went to, he had to bring his gooners with him, right? So they could just fucking beat the shit out of anybody who fucked with them, you know? So is that Sophie Cunningham girl her gooner? I don't know a lot about the WNBA. I just saw like they left. I saw a clip where Sophie Cunningham's like, yeah, I'm on this 30 years of WNBA thing, but Caitlin Clark isn't. And she was like burying herself and putting Caitlin Clark over. She's like, I can't believe I shouldn't even be on this shit. And they didn't put her on the poster for the 30 year of the blah, blah, blah. And she was trashing the league and shit. And I was like, damn, this is fucking Real Housewives of... No, I'm joking. But for real, I don't know. There's more. It seems like the WNBA, when you watch highlights, they're like fighting. It's almost like roller derby, where it's like they're kind of half fighting, but they're kind of half like trying to race. But they're like half fighting, half trying to like play basketball. It's cool. It's almost as physical as slam ball. Do you guys remember slam ball, where it was like trampolines and they tried to push that? That was pretty funny too. Okay, so we're gonna do this next segment. Oh my god, guys, strap in. We have fucking Niccolo Piccolo and the entire Inoki scarf and Rikidozan watch saga. Okay, we have oh my goodness, we have Val Venis versus Sami Zayn. We have Joey Janela melting down. We have the Paul Walter Hauser saga. We have fucking Jim Cornette in here. We have Max Jacob Friedman going at AIR Gold. And this is just fucking spectacular. This next segment we have lined up. Okay, you want to be tuned in for this shit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the newest segment of PWT. And it is called... Oh, yeah, I have to find the sound. They mixed up my goddamn sound.
Emotional damage.
It's called Emotional Damage because I'm going through it once again on this fucking site. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the newest segment in PWT, okay? And this is my favorite segment. As Tone would say, it's the greatest segment in all of PWT history. And if you can't tell, I'm talking to try and find my fucking sound. Scrolling through, and it is called, ladies and gentlemen, Wrestling's Not Fake! And it's where wrestlers and people in the biz melt down on each other. Sometimes it involves dirt sheet, but it's not dirt sheet specific. And it's when wrestlers go at each other, beef with each other, work themselves into shoots. It's essentially the sicko segment, but more focused on the wrestlers and people in the business themselves, okay? And chat, one more time, what is it called? It is called, everybody in the chat, give you some time for the delay. Wrestling's not fake! And so, someone who people thought was fake and turns out he's really not fake is a gentleman by the name of Niccolo Piccolo. He's been on PWT before, and he has had it out. He represents tons of wrestlers. For those of you who don't know who Niccolo Piccolo is, he is a Hollywood agent who represents tons of wrestlers at the tippy top of Titan Towers. Say that 10 times fast. He represents people at the tippy top of the business, okay? I think he's put most of the names out there. I know not even all of them are revealed, even though he lists like a dozen of them. But we're talking the main eventers of WWE all the way down to the top prospects of NXT. And, you know, Drew McIntyre, of course, Punk, like people you've seen in movies. He's helped, and even like wrestlers he doesn't fully like represent, he's helped get their deals done for like other shit, you know, like tippy top of the biz, okay? And he beefs with AEW, and he beefs with Tone a little bit, not even really Tone, and he beefs with Dave Meltzer specifically. And one thing he does that's hilarious is epically troll, and he goes on these crazy fucking rants, and some people can't stand this guy, and I understand that. He's a polarizing figure, but essentially we know he's legit because of the people he reps, the type of movies and business he gets done with these wrestlers. He has an affinity for pro wrestling, sports entertainment. He likes PWT as well, so shout him out. But besides that, though, he understands like pro wrestling. He knows the history, and he's not like a fucking, I mean, I don't know. I'd say he's a mark, right? Like we're all marks. If you like pro wrestling, you're a mark. If you got marked in one time, if wrestling made you bite, you're a fucking mark, right? And it's made us all bite for sure. And his focus is sports and entertainment. So that's one thing Dave Meltzer doesn't understand at all. And so what Niccolo Piccolo did was, after Dave Meltzer had this fucking meltdown about Rikidozan being more influential than Hulk Hogan, and this happened a while ago, this is like a month ago, okay? Niccolo Piccolo went out on the town with a very lovely lady, and he procured a fucking Rikidozan watch. Now, I don't know, is this like an official? Is it a commemorative? Was it his watch? Is it? I don't know, but let's take a look at it. Like the title. It's like the All Japan title or some shit. I don't even know. Maybe someone in chat can enlighten me. It's like Dusty Rhodes' gold Rolex that he pawned, baby. Right? Like, what is this? I don't know, but he's doing this to troll Dave. And it's like, this looks like a fun ass time. He's in some club, right? And he's with some hot lady, and she's using this, with all due respect, sir, I'm not sure how far their relationship goes or who this is. But yeah, you know, he goes, I don't own the Rikidozan watch. The Rikidozan watch is allowing me to participate in its story. So look, he's like out on the town, and this lady here, this lovely lady, and you got some fine honeys in the back, you know, and she's like wearing it, throwing it around. They're like abusing this Rikidozan watch. Let me actually Google Rikidozan watch. Like, what is the significance behind this other than it's like commemorative or something? Okay, so the Rikidozan watch refers to a highly collectible limited edition timepieces honoring Rikidozan, the legendary father of Puroresu, who founded Japanese pro wrestling. 2 major official releases exist for fans and collectors to track down on the secondary market. So Dave is like the biggest Rikidozan mark, bigger than Hulk Hogan, Brian, right? And Niccolo Piccolo is like, here, I have one of his collectible yeah, really? You're a Dozan, Mark? I have one of his collectible watches, and I'm gonna throw it at this hoe. Dude. Nick, it's a comedy show. Look, dude, I'm fucking joking, okay? Hopefully she's a good sport. So yeah, she uses it as a hair tie, right? And he's just out on the town here. Dave would, of course, just squish a banana in her face if he was out with this. I mean, this is hilarious, right? And it goes further than this. So here's him like just throwing it around and shit. Look, he just throws it across the room. He's in like a penthouse. Fuck this watch.
Oh shit, it broke.
And then he broke it. Now, like, this is super extra, like super duper Super Saiyan levels of pettiness, right? Just throwing this watch around and fucking beating it up because Dave's a Rikidozan mark. I'm sure there's people who are like, oh, that's disrespectful, dude. I don't know, man. There's been a lot of parties in this fucking penthouse. Look at that fucking the fade on that carpet, buddy. There's been a lot of fucking 4-room style Bruce Willis, Quentin Tarantino style fucking parties going on. You guys ever see that movie, The End of 4 Rooms? It's one of the best movies. Watch on New Year's. Oh no, not cornhole. He's cornholing the Dozan watch. Don't do it. Oh no. He just cornholed the Rikidozan watch. Oh my gosh. He shoots, he fucking scores with that one. Now, he brings this thing. I mean, this fucking Dozan watch has seen more action than Dave Meltzer in the last 52 years. I mean, look at this goddamn thing. So Alan Cheapshot goes, Rikidozan was not Japanese. He was born Kim Sin-rak in Hongwon County, Kankyonan Prefecture, Chosen, North Korea. When his father died, he traveled to Nagasaki, Japan. He hid his Korean heritage. Yeah, because like they would fucking, I'm pretty sure like the Japanese and the Koreans, like I don't think they liked each other much, you know, maybe probably not even to this day. When his father died, he traveled to Nagasaki. Well, I don't know why I assumed that. I don't assume that. I guess I'm a dumbass. I shouldn't have assumed that. But Japan hid his Korean heritage, took the name Momota Mitsuhiro, and eventually became a sumo. And so Niccolo Piccolo fucking she's wearing it as a necklace. You know what I'm saying? And we don't even know if this is the same girl. They're at the Link Hotel and Casino. He put it on black. Let me, can I interest you in this collectible Rikidozan watch? Bet it on black. He just puts it down like James Bond. I'll bet my watch like it's a fucking Rolex. Bets on black. So here we go. This is possibly the same lovely young lady. I'm not sure. And then here it is. It's broken, right? And so, you know, Dave is probably seething over this. And so, I don't know. It's just epic levels of pettiness from Niccolo Piccolo that I'm so here for when it comes to trolling Dave Meltzer. And so, speaking of trolling Dave, he also recently, and this was a few days ago, pulled off another hilarious petty fucking troll. And this deserves an Ichi Nissan da because it's also trolling Tony Khan.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
And again, Inoki, he's a fucking legend. We watched on Memba Tuesday, Time Cop, him just slapping the shit out of like 100 people in a row. Right? But he got one of these commemorative Inoki scarves, okay? And I can't even find the Ichi Nissan da. I'm looking for it.
Dirt bags and lily pickers.
It's right here. And this is an epic troll to not just Dave, but also Antonio Khan and I guess Antonio Inoki, but not really. I mean, he just bought the commemorative scarf. And let's take a look at what he does here.
So what do I do then?
Whatever you want.
I'll open it gently and then later.
That is not the same girl. Is this the same girl? Like, okay, I know I was joking before, but this isn't the same girl as the last one, is it? Oh, Nick, you dog. Allegedly. So she's opening an Inoki scarf and she's like, what? She doesn't even know what the fuck this is, but it's so funny she's in on this.
It is. Feel it. It's literally towel material.
It's a towel.
Put it on.
It's true though. People wouldn't call it the scarf. Like some people refer to it as the Inoki towel as well.
Wow. What do they wear this for?
I have no idea.
Oh my god.
Pop of color, baby. Pop of color.
What do they wear this for? He goes, I have no idea. That's funny.
I like it.
And Tone's like, I was gifted mine by the Inokis. We won't stand for this shit. Who disrespected Nuge more? Niccolo Piccolo by gifting this lovely lady a scarf, or Tony Khan by gutting their roster, or Will Ospreay by trashing them after? She's like, what is this? But it's just so funny that he just gives her some random chick this fucking scarf. Random as far as anybody's concerned. This is not the same girl from the last vid. I don't think it is. But here Niccolo Piccolo posts Dave Meltzer like explaining why Paramount would be smarter to work with AEW than UFC. And then he's like, bah ha 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 ha, what the fuck? And then Niccolo Piccolo says incels, and then he goes, for everyone in their parents' basement, this is Antonio Inoki's scarf, and I'm right about everything. Jesus Christ. So she's wearing the scarf. Right? So it's like Survivor. They're on the island. They start wearing the fucking handkerchiefs or whatever they're called. So here's another video of him doing God knows what. Someone get the black light on this Inoki towel by now at this point.
It's fucking funny.
I don't feel it though.
It's pretty nice.
She's confused. It's like a scarf, but it's like a towel.
It actually said I need a full towel in this. Full towel in this material.
Oh shit. Oh shit. It's pretty funny. Like these are good trolls, especially like considering I don't know if like a lot of the people trolling Nick back and like have went after him could pull baddies like that, even if they pay. Oh shit, man. Oh, that's fucking funny, guys. So let's move up. Chat. No, chat. No, chat. Don't roast the girl. Chat. Don't roast her, okay? She's a lovely young lady. And that is good trolling. She's bodied up, okay? We'll say she is bodied up, though, okay? Don't fucking... Oh, my God. Chat. Chat. Okay, so... let's take a look at the next thing, man. We have people who are trolls, right? So MJF gets into it with renowned troll AIR Gold, and I actually bookmarked AIR Gold for once, but he is just like there's like something wrong with him, man. I don't know. I've talked to him. There's something wrong with the kid, and he just fully is grifting, right? Like Sean Sapp of all people exposed him and his DMs of like him trying to get a network of blue checks who all like fuck each other so they make more money, right? And so I like that MJF like called this redact out here because he just does more harm to AEW than good. He always has. I called it out way before. Okay. And people were like, it's someone who works at AEW's burner and all that shit. No, it's not. Right? Like, it's not. He fucking wanted to debate me. Let's debate. And then he fucking didn't show up to the debate. And then he blocked me and like a bunch of people. We're talking AIR Gold. He blocked me and like a bunch of people, I guess, which I didn't even notice. And then when he got like his blue check mark back, and then he unblocked everybody, and then now his grift is like just get don't even glaze AEW, just like talk shit about or like really put AEW over huge, then shit on them hard. Like it seems like he's more kind of like really shitting on them now, and it's just playing to the algorithm. Like I don't know, I don't blame him, I guess, for doing it if people are gonna bite. I mean, I just bookmarked him too, so a lot of people in the IWC, like I know a lot of people on YouTube and shit are like, who gives a fuck? But if you're on like Twitter, you've heard of AIR Gold. Okay. And so MJF goes, fucking what? And then AIR Gold goes, at least you'll be able to prepare this time. And then MJF goes, fuck off, AIR Gold, you fake fuck. And then he goes, how much you want to bet this kid spends? I should do my impression. How much you want to bet this kid spends the rest of his life making mean tweets about me now, bud? That's how MJF would say it. But he's going to. That's what AIR Gold will do. Actually, no, what he'll do is like put over MJF next time or something to try and fucking get people to click on it more. Is that what more people would click on? I'm unsure. But they could be working. When I first read this, I was like, they might just be working a little bit too, which I wouldn't put past MJF. But I just think the follow-up of him being like, he's going to spend the rest of his life making mean tweets about me now, bud. And that could still be working too, but then AIR Gold like went off here because he does spurg out. Like he fully does spurg out, right? And I talked to AR Gold once, and basically the discussion, I was like, how do you want, he got triggered because I was like saying, how do we quantify what good and quote unquote good and the best wrestling is? Right. And he got triggered. He's like, stop saying quantify. Like you can't mathematically, everybody's opinion is their own opinion. And I'm like, okay, then Jackie Gata versus fucking what's her name? One of the divas. What's the worst match ever? People say it's like Jackie Gata versus Stacy Keibler or some shit is the worst. Candice Michelle is the worst match or is the best wrestling match of all time. Refute that. And you can't, right? You can't have a subjective debate. Like, otherwise you need to just acknowledge it's subjective and go, I like this better. Right? But you can objectively quantify, like, okay, what is working? What's selling the most? That's where you have to go to that, because that's the objective of pro wrestling, is just selling tickets. And if it wasn't, then AEW wouldn't talk about challenger brands, and they wouldn't have merch deals, and they wouldn't be on TV, right? And WWE wouldn't be trying to go global. Like, it's just about fucking selling tickets and getting eyeballs. That's what it's all about. So who does that the best? Why do they do that the best? The best does the wrestling have something to do with that? For sure, it has to. It has to, because it's fucking wrestling. We tune into the PLEs and it's all wrestling. So it has to have something to do with that, because that's what we're watching. That's what the majority of the shows are, right? And so like AIR Gold, I think he's really spurging here, because he will just melt down and like have no response to when you just explain things logically to him. Like, I get it. We all have different tastes, but now let's try and quantify what's the best wrestling. Is it this shit they keep doing in AEW that hasn't worked yet? That hasn't got them to beating Raw like they talked all this shit about doing? Or is it that they need to change it up a little bit in many departments? Little pivots in many departments. That's the problem. It's not just like two things. It's like a bunch of little things that just add up, you know? But anyways, AR Gold goes, Max, you are an excellent promo. You are a very good pro wrestler. You're on your way to being Wrestler of the Year. You should be happy people talk about you, because it means you're one of the most prominent people in wrestling. I get you're using me for a cheap pop, but your hair is fake. Your tan is fake. Your muscles are fake. You wear the merch of a Discord dirt sheet that has spread rumors about you, claiming you started fights amongst other things with CM Punk. They've spread rumors about how much power and influence you have in AEW. That same Discord has spread rumors about your boss, accused your coworkers of cheating on their partners, speculated about the sex lives of people, and labeled some of your coworkers as racists. Those are all the people whose merch you wear and promote. So he's talking about self-made and shit. And yeah, I call MJF out for this. More than anybody. I've clowned him for he stooges, like all that shit Elbu was repeating was either him making it up / MJF telling him this shit. Point blank. Sorry to tell you guys. Okay, that's his bud. And it is super markish that they're world champion stooges and will jump on Elbu and Self-Made's fucking like stream or whatever, and Tony Khan calls Dave Meltzer and shit. Like that's just like clown shit. Like, just being perfectly honest. So AR Gold's actually on point about this, but he's really fucking bum hurt right now. And he goes, in an interview, you said you don't like Netanyahu. Fine, I don't either. Now he's making it about Netanyahu. You know what I'm saying?
My misery.
I don't either, but you present the issue as though the oppression of Palestinians begins and ends with one man. Oh my God, AIR Gold. What a fool. Like, you could have ended it there, kept it wrestling. Now he's going to make it political and give us his hot political takes on fucking Netanyahu and the Palestinians. Have endured decades of genocide, occupation, apartheid, displacement, and systemic discrimination that extend far beyond any single Israeli prime minister. Reducing it to Netanyahu ignores 78 years of suffering. You're a Canadian, buddy. Shut the fuck up. You're in Canada, bud. Okay, AR Gold. Shut up. At the same time, you condemned Palestinian resistance efforts. I'm in Canada too, okay? No one wants to hear this from your wrestling Twitter. Resistance efforts while framing that same resistance through the lens of terrorism. So your activism is fake. Mine's real. Mine's really real. Okay. As for my tweeting, I'll do whatever I've always done. If I like something, I'll say positive things about it. If I don't like something, I'll criticize it. And you know this because you read everything. It's what you do. Good luck for your match. Pew, 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 pew. You know that AIR Gold jerked off after he fucking...
Wrestling's not fake!
After he tweeted this out, man. Oh, my good God. I don't know. MJF kind of got felted there, but it is what it is, man. AR Gold's just a piece of shit, too. So, speaking of people that everybody largely considers pieces of shit, our next two people that we're highlighting here, one is Val Venis, who, again, I can separate like overly conspiratorial. Well, is that what I think? Val Venis, like, he was spitting a bunch of conspiracies. A lot of people are like, he's a hateful fucking all of the things AIR Gold said there. They say that about Val Venis, and he's very like publicly anti like LGB and like fucking trans, and like he's super just he speaks out. He's very like fucking, he's a Canadian too. Speaking about, I'm pretty sure he's from British Columbia, but I separate all of that from, and he's like a giant pothead and shit. Some people don't like that either. But separate that from like him as Val Venis in pro wrestling. He ruled. I thought Val Venis ruled, and he did a lot of dumb shit, but he was a guy that I saw as like, he could have got a bigger push than he did. It was always him and William Regal and Test. I feel like those three guys could have been like world champion at some point, you know, if they stayed the course. And some people laugh at the Val Venis, but you know, Val Venis was controversial even as a wrestler because he did the whole porn star thing, you know? But nowadays he's just like pisses everybody off. And oh yeah, and it's not just that. Val Venis also has gotten into it with this one prominent Twitter account / streamer called Hang 'em High, who like he goes to shows and even like Triple H is like, oh, that guy rules. And Hang 'em High is really a positive voice on wrestling Twitter, I would say. And he does lots of like giveaways to his followers, and he fucking, I don't even know what else. He just does like a bunch of cool shit, and people like Hang 'em High, right? On Twitter. And he got into it with Val Venis because Val Venis went off on him and was like, I think being kind of racialist towards him and shit. I don't know, but what happened was Hang 'em High epically trolled Val Venis and bought, like he found out that like, speaking of petty trolls, Hang 'em High found out that like valvenus.com or some shit like that wasn't trademarked. Or like Val Venis let his trademark lapse or whatever the fuck. So Hang 'em High like bought the fucking website for it, and then it redirected to like some LGBT whatever, QA whatever fuck. There's like a million letters. Sorry guys. Like to some website or organization or something like that. I don't fucking know, but he got epically trolled and he was melting down, and he's like, the FBI, this is illegal. He will be hearing from my lawyers and all this shit. And like, he was getting epically fucking trolled. That was recently. Maybe I could have put that in the folder. Maybe we'll cover that another time, but you guys get what I'm fucking talking about. Okay. And regardless how you all at home feel about these fucking topics, this isn't a show for that. I have to lay out the groundwork so you understand why people are mad at this motherfucker. You know what I mean? And the type of things he says and whatnot. So, Val Venis went off on Triple H and said he lowered the bar to dumpster fire levels after Sami Zayn's WWE title win. Now, a lot of people think that Val Venis just says shit, and he's been accused, I've seen him, of being like, he just espouses this like rhetoric that fucking, you know, he just wants to be MAGA and all this shit. And then of course WWE gets accused of being the MAGA company and all this shit. So whatever, but I think that's kiboshed. I think Val Venis just goes off on fucking everyone and everything because he goes off on WWE frequently, and a lot of people think he's just desperate for attention. Now, that might be it. It seems that way, but it also seems like he's just very fucking angry at a lot of shit, you know? And It's unfortunate to see. And he looks like am I not turtley enough for the Turtle Club? He looks like a fucking turtle out of its shell, at least in this image, right? So he says, both of these losers would carry my bags and polish my boots. The it factor guys like Hogan, The Rock, Austin. Val, you had your pee-pee cut off by Kai and Tai, okay, a glorified jobber group, unless it's for the light heavyweight title. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you were doing. That's what they thought of you. So who polished your boots when fucking Taka and Sho Funaki are going over on you? When Dick Togo's fucking chopping your dick off and emasculating you on fucking television, who was shining their boots then? The Rock? Like, Jesus. So he starts comparing himself to Rock, Austin, Taker, Triple H when they raised the bar of eligibility to unheard of heights. It's super cool that boss man Triple H lowered the bar to dumpster on fire levels so the less fortunate could get a shot while the corporation looks to discover their next it factor guy like Hogan, Rock, or Austin. What the fuck does that even mean? They would just put it on Oba, you know? So plenty of people jumped all over Val Venis for saying this shit, right? And then he followed up. He tagged Cody Rhodes in a tweet. And he said, Cody Rhodes, you absolute loser. You lost to a communist who could not lace my boots on his best day. Now, this is where I almost feel like it's for attention. You're calling him a fucking communist. Well, a lot of people call Canadians communists these days, but
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
But yeah, he's just going off at Sammy. And for the people triggered by Sammy winning the title, I mean, like, fuck, guys. You're still crying about it. That's the point. When he loses, you're going to lose your mind and be parading in the streets. That's the point. Welcome to pro wrestling. So, what's his name? Morley, Sean Morley, the big Valboski, Val Venis says, you know what? You're damn right. I deserve it. 20 plus years in the game at the highest level. I don't think you spent 20 plus years at the highest level. I don't think that's true. 10 plus years chasing this title. Never got the recognition. I don't care what happens to me tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, forever. I will be Sami Zayn, WWE champion. Oh, so is that what? Okay, sorry. I think that was Sami Zayn's response. So everything Sami had to say is true here. You know what? You're damn right. I deserve it. 20 plus years in the game at the highest level. I don't know. Has Sami Zayn been in the game 20 plus years at the highest level? 10 plus years chasing this title. True. Yeah, never got the recognition. Whatever, man. Sammy's WWE champion. It rules. Fuck Val Venis. Even though he follows PWT. And fuck anybody crying about Sami Zayn being champion. I love you. Still come hang out with me. I don't want you to go anywhere, but anyways. Another person who a lot of people think is a big piece of shit is Joey Janela. And then Wrestle and Rob posts white fucking trash, but fuck ice. A very political PWT today. A lot of people letting everyone know what they feel politically. And so at Darby Allin's wedding, people were being slammed on tacks and eating chops and fucking hopefully filming something for Jackass, or what a waste of everyone's time. Steve Borden's over there like, what the fuck? He's like, I know actual celebrities who are fans of my dad. What the fuck is going on? And so Joey Janela goes, brother, you're from Keensburg. Where the fuck is Keensburg? And then Wrestle and Rob goes, I knew this crybaby bitch would come for me one day. You lived in a trailer park down the road and begged girls for hugs in school, pussy. I've seen you mad times and you've never had a word to say to me. Don't be internet tough, Joseph. And then he tags the Fight Factory, New Jersey. And then Joey Janela goes, I don't know you, man. I don't ever recall meeting you. I just know you from being a weirdo on here. I never lived in a trailer park either. Maybe begged for hugs, though. And then this guy goes, you're full of fucking shit. You went to school with my baby mother. Ugh. With my baby mother. God damn. The mother of your children, dude. Come on, show some respect. And you would come to my job to eat. Don't play stupid. I'm not Bubba Ray Dudley. I actually know you and the girls you'd beg to hang out with. Talk about Keensburg. And Joey Janela's triggered. He's triggered. Otherwise, why the fuck would he respond? The Berg is as white trash as they come in NJ. It's a charming town, though. I have no idea where you work, nor do I beg to hang out with girls in 26. Yeah, that's not what he's saying, Joey. So Joey's felt it here because he's like, in 26, I don't. Stop acting like we've ever had a conversation, LMFAO. Wrestling Rob goes, never said we had a conversation, but you know I worked with Dave Sturcio. You talk about Keensburg, but live 3 minutes away and 100% know who I am. That's besides the point. You're a bitch. Just remember that when you do never see me again. And then Joey Janela goes, that's why I never had a word to say to you, man, because I have no idea who you are. I couldn't pick you out of a lineup of 6 other white trash burgers. And then Wrestling Rob goes, yep, I said what I said. Damn. So Joey's got time, I guess. Why would you even respond to this if it isn't true, though? Unless if you're just like, that's not true. You're a bitch, you know? Well, I guess that's kind of what he did. But shout out Wrestling Rob because that's super funny. Speaking of YouTubers burying people, James Romero from WSI YouTube was giving his feelings on interviewing Raven. And shout out Triplehausen for posting this clip.
The biggest I've ever met is wrestling. An absolute deemable sack.
Kevin Pierpont for 2 says USA, US2 BOS 0 final. Let's fucking go. Rabid Wolverine Ellis Killer 17 for 2 says God bless the USA, mother truckers surfing in the USA. Bow, 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 bow. Let's go. USA, go John, oh yeah, let's fucking go. I'm cheering for Canada though, fuck y'all. So here's James Romero. He continues with Raven here.
What a massive talks. An absolute sniff. I can't stand. He was the fucking second I walked up to him and said hello and shook his hand, and he introduced himself as Raven, which is like, oh, whatever, I guess.
Is James Romero a bit of a mark for himself? Yes or no? Let me know. So speaking of being a mark for yourself and YouTubers going off on people who are much more prominent and famous than them, Paul Walter Hauser and I got into an argument, and we're going to recap it in full. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Paul Walter Hauser plays Stingray. He plays Mole Man. And I kind of called him out during Night of Champions, and he vanity searched his own fucking name. And then I fucking destroyed him going back and forth. Back and forth. Check out my battleship. Right? And, you know, I think most people agreed with what I had to say. And Paul Walter Hauser does this thing where he's like, Mick Foley is objectively one of the top wrestlers, top 10 of all time. And if you don't think that, you don't know a lot about business. And one time he spurged out on Conan in Instagram DMs. And he was telling Conan that, because Conan's criticism was like, yo, he's this schlubby fucking guy, right? Conan! And Paul Walter Hauser was like DMing him fucking pages, paragraphs and paragraphs and pages of him being like, well, Bam Bam Bigelow didn't have the best body and shit like that. And it's like, whoa, dude, are you fucking comparing yourself to Bam Bam Bigelow and shit? Like, it's crazy. And he has this crazy self-entitlement, it feels like, and he doesn't understand how it feels a lot like Dave Meltzer's, like, poor people
don't like AEW.
It's this elitist Hollywood pompous fuck, nose in the air. He's got a couple awards and he's fucking in the MCU. So now everybody is a piece of shit and he looks down on them. And if you don't think the way he thinks, and it's the same thing with him going off on Roman Reigns for being a dork, right? But meanwhile, he's going to stan AEW and Mick Foley when they're fucking excited to go work with Paramount that put on UFC Freedom 250 that Paul Walter Hauser was mad at Roman Reigns for going to. And he said in the past, he's like, it's gross that WWE is going to Saudi Arabia essentially for WrestleMania. He's like, it's gross. That was his words before. And this is why he read this after vanity searching his own name, and he coped and seethed and got mad at your boy Phil Marks. He did that because this triggered him, what I said, because he knows what I'm saying is true and right. And he tried to cover for his old tweet. And I quote tweeted during Night of Champions when the crowd was just going ape shit, and they were going ape shit. They were going a-bay-bay in the club. And for WWE Night of Champions, the Saudi Arabian fans. And again, they deserve all the shows. Like, there's real people out there. There's real fans. You don't have to agree with their government's fucking politics, but you don't choose where you're born. And if you're a fucking wrestling fan, it's not gross. Is it gross if they go to Canada? Is it gross if they go to the UK? And then you hear how electric the fans were and how they were doing their own thing for Obafemi, and they were doing with the lights. They were doing like their own chants and shit for some of the wrestlers. Like, they're educated fans now if they weren't a decade ago when they started doing shit with Saudi or whatever. Has it been a decade? I'm not sure. Either way. So I tweet this out, and Paul Walter Hauser vanity searched his own shit because I didn't tag him. And I go, it's gross these fans get a WrestleMania. Paul Walter Hauser probably. And then Paul Walter Hauser goes, I'm fine with them bringing live events there, but depriving us Americans of WrestleMania, not great. And a ton of people agree with me. Bro. And I knew what he meant. So when this exchange happened, I was live on the air. And if you've already seen this, whatever, fuck it. We're recapping it, because it pertains to what we're talking about. But on this was on Night of Champions Saturday during the day, time cop, depending where you are. So you can go back and listen. I literally was tweeting this and asking chat, should I say this? Should I say the next thing I'm about to say? Or should I just say, I was going to respond to this and go, so it's America first. And that would have just pwned him. And that would have been me being a dick. And I even deliberated with chat. I was like, no, I'm not going to be a dick. I'm going to actually engage him because I was kind of a dick to start things off. So let me just actually engage this and see if he can follow the trail of logic, how he got triggered and called Roman Reigns a dork, but you're saying America first for WrestleMania? Why is it gross if they go to any other country? It's like you're an elitist fuck who calls the rest of the country flyover states between going to LA and New York. And I know what this is, and I want him to confront this. And because if you do a show in America, it's mostly Americans. If you go to Canada, it's mostly Canadians. If you go to Saudi, it's mostly Saudis. Like, what's the difference? If they go to Mexico, All In goes to fucking Wembley. If they go to Australia, are you mad that only Australia? Like, why is WrestleMania exclusively American? And then I also called him out. I knew every step of the way logically where he was going to go with this argument. I went, he's going to try and say that that Canada and Mexico is North American. It's all America. Even though Mexicans are Mexicans, Canadians are Canadians. It is the Americas. Ooh, whoa. But that's like also saying like, well, South Americans, I guess technically they are Americans. They're South Americans, and I guess we are North Americans, but do people in the UK be like, bruv, I'm European? I mean, you are technically, but you're from the UK, bruv. It's kind of like Canada. We don't go, yeah, we're North Americans. Well, I mean, we do, but we're not like we're Americans. So he just said Americans, assuming. So I knew he was going to go, well, Canada counts too, because that's North America. Like, I'm 10 steps ahead of this fool. So I respond to this and I go, if WWE went to the UK or Canada again for WrestleMania, would that also not be great? Because most Americans can't attend. And I knew he was going to go, well, Canada is. And he goes, Canada's not that far. Outside of North America is just a bummer, in my opinion. So now it's North America. So if it was in Mexico, that'd be cool, because Mexico's pretty far for Canadians. And Mexico and Canada's pretty far from people who live near Mexico in the States. You know what I'm saying? Like, more people who live near Mexico in the States are going to go to a AAA show before they go to fucking WrestleMania in Toronto if they held it there. You know what I'm saying? So, and I find him being racist against Canadians, okay? You are a racist. Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
You are racist.
Okay, I'm finished. So he goes, Canada's not that far. Outside of North America is just a bummer, in my opinion. And so I go, I'm Canadian. Shows in Canada are mostly comprised of Canadian fans. Shows in the UK are mostly people from the UK. Shows in the United States are mostly Americans. If they did WrestleMania in Mexico, that's closer for many people in the USA than Canada is. Would that be a problem? Seems like it's a personal issue. You have a Saudi Arabia, in my opinion. And it's true. Like, again, do we need to bring up AEW? I don't want to make it about not WWE, but WWE doesn't like go to like Grand Slam Australia all in Wembley, right? They don't do that. But if WWE took a WrestleMania to Wembley, he'd be down, right? But in my pocket, I'm like, I know I could bring up Wembley all in too. Like, why don't you say anything when most Americans don't get to go to that? Why fucking cry about it? Like, what are you even saying? It's just this elitist, pompous shit. And then look at where he takes it. He's just a cunt. He's a crybaby. Look at where he takes it to now. Instead of engaging with what I'm saying, because I'm fucking right? Like, what I'm saying makes sense. And instead of him going, yeah, that's actually a fair point. I didn't think of it that way. I guess the Saudi Arabia fans are, I guess Mexico, there's a bunch of Mexicans who are like fucking... not down with America and shit, like what's the, like, it's just like this, we Americans deserve, but then you're getting triggered by Roman Reigns being at fucking UFC Freedom 250 that's celebrating America. And I should have just hit him with America first and just ended his shit. But I actually engaged and whatever. Chat was like, just say it, Phil, just say America first or whatever. But I pussed out, I guess. No. So look at what he says. He goes, are you just mad because I didn't follow you back? What a lameoid, cringe, fucking lame, took the L, can't engage with what you're fucking actually saying. Cringy fucking like social media and what, you're mad because I just didn't follow you back? Yeah. I'm mad. I just destroy him here with the next week. He said, I said North America. No, bitch. You said America. You said Americans. And then you go North America. Nope. And I baited you into moving the goalpost. He goes, that doesn't include the UK last time I checked. Yeah, okay. But still, now I'm trying to engage with your logic. Right? So if you didn't want to have the conversation, don't respond to me. Great sleuth work, you argumentative dork. So now it's North America. So if WrestleMania was in Mexico, it's all good because people in Buffalo, New York are able to get there easier than, what do you mean? If you live in New York, you'd go to a Toronto fucking... So he tried to move it to North America, but he doesn't mean Mexico either. He said Americans. And I go, well, I thought we were engaging in good faith because I tried to. And the proof is in the fact that I was live on the air telling my audience and going, oh, no, I don't want to go low blow. Let me just engage with what he's saying. So you guys know. And I showed the tweets on the air and went fucking, should I say this? And chat went, send it, when I could have just been a dick. And I said, well, I thought we were engaging in good faith. But since you know I'm right and want to be a dick, okay, I guess it's America first. And then look at what he says. Again, this is the cringest, lamest, fucking lol cow, dark side Phil, the quartering type fucking Dave Meltzer type fucking Brendan Schaub type, Greg Opie Hughes type lol cow fucking stuttering John type lol cow fucking tweet you could ever put out. He goes, you follow me and I don't follow you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I follow someone that doesn't follow me. That's an own. That is the fucking goofiest, cringiest shit you could ever say. That's you took the L. If that's what you resort to, you took the fucking L right there.
Wrestling's not fake!
That sums up this relationship. Have fun telling your grandchildren that you sort of spoke to me. Well, have fun telling your grandchildren, Paul Walter Hauser, that you vanity searched your name on Twitter and then fucking spurged out on a random X account that follows you that you don't follow, that you don't even follow. I'm engaging with people I follow. You don't, and I didn't even tag you. You engage with me, you vanity search yourself, and you don't follow me, and you lowered yourself. I'm this scumbag loser who follows you, and so you stoop down to my level. Have fun telling your grandchildren that, motherfucker.
Shut up, bitch!
And so, for real, like, I just felted you every which way. There's no, like, this is W Phil here. And so I say, so I'm not supposed to follow fucking Mole Man? You're Mole Man, dude, in the MCU. You're Mole Man, okay? You took all the New Yorkers and brought them to fucking Subterranea. In the MCU, dude, you helped save everybody from Galactus. And I'm not supposed to follow you? What the fuck? And I go, I follow every wrestler I see that has an X account. And again, I follow the same amount of people that follow me. I follow over 3,000 people, mostly all just wrestlers and wrestling news sites and shit. Like, if I see you're a wrestler, even if you have 50 followers, but you're an actual pro wrestler and I can like see you're on your pro wrestling journey, I drop a fucking follow. Right? And so I go, I follow every wrestler I see that has an X account. You're a celebrity. That's not an own. That's like Tom Cruise being like, you follow me? Yeah. What am I not supposed to follow? Fucking. What movie? He's in so many fucking movies. You can't. What am I not supposed to follow? Mission Impossible? Ethan Hunt? You just pick one of them. Right? And I go, it's just skirting around from engaging with my point because you know I'm right, and I'll have fun telling my grandchildren that self-important douche. And it's just a self-important Hollywood fuck, right? So then the very next day, this is what happens, right? Paul Walter Hauser's glazing his own wrestling. Okay? And then Jose, the assistant, just fucking schools him here. So MLW posts, and shout out MLW Fusion. They post, will Paul Walter Hauser's new attitude be enough to help him win the Southern Crown Championship next week? Check out Fusion. Right? And here's a clip of Paul Walter Hauser wrestling. And it's just 30 seconds, and it showcases how bad he fucking is.
Nice takedown by Hauser.
So now immediately, what do you notice wrong? Look how he hits the rope. His arm, you can see the space. So his arm's not even leaning on it, let alone grabbing it. Now, I had JJ Alexander on. Say what you will about JJ, whether he's polarizing, if you love or hate him. He's been in and around wrestling schools, and he's like, this is day one shit. And even when Jim Cornette trashes Orange Cassidy for grabbing the rope, Cornette's like, you're supposed to grab the fucking top rope. But Orange Cassidy grabs the middle rope, like oddly. But at least, and even JJ defends Orange Cassidy. He's like, well, that's lucha style. Like, at least he grabs the rope. That's all you need to do, that to keep yourself fucking safe. And Rey Mysterio goes off the middle rope, and fucking sometimes even I've seen the Usos use the middle rope, right? When they're hitting them. And so, but the point is you have to grab on. Hulk Hogan, even, he would fucking just lean back and almost turn sideways, and he'd grab it with both arms some fucking times. It looked like going back on those ropes. And why do you do that? And look, dude, he's not only not grabbing it, but his arm's not even like leaning on it to where he could get a hold of it. Like, you can see the space in his arm, and he's like going up on his tippy toes to hit this rope. And this is a guy melting down, comparing himself to Bam Bam, calling Roman Reigns a dork, and spurging out on me about WrestleMania. Can't even hit the ropes.
Nice takedown by Hauser.
Right? Like, that's pretty bad. And let's watch this.
Been training very diligently. We do understand, Tom, that an inaugural Southern Crown champion will be crowned next week.
Oh, look at that shitty super kick. Oh my God. Oh no. This is literally like every fucking, you guys remember the Star Wars guy who like he went viral like in the early viral days where it's like that dork kid like spinning the lightsaber around. This is what every dork kid like that who does pro wrestling shit in their house, like every backyard wrestler back in the day. This is how they look.
Next week, right here on Fusion.
And then look how he hits the ropes again. Literally, like this is how bad, like he puts that arm up. Now look, here's the problem too. So when he hits, God, fuck, this is so bad. This is even worse than I remembered. So when he hits this rope, watch, he puts his right arm up. Oh my God, look. Oh, no, it's his left one and his right one. So he's putting both of his arms and elbows way up high. Look. Oh my God. And the way he's leaning, it should be his right arm holding on. And I don't actually know with the footing. If your footing's like that with right foot up and left foot down, someone who's a pro wrestler would have to come on here and explain to me, do you then go left side support, grab the rope, or fucking right side? I don't even know, but the way his body's leaning and then his footing's all wrong here. And then look when he hits the rope over here. His elbows go up, but only one of them, and only really his left one, and he's still not holding on to anything. And he's a chunkier dude, and he's sweaty for sure. And this arm goes up, and it's like this weird reaction that he learned in training, obviously, but it's something that he hasn't fucking mastered, is even hitting the ropes. It's some fucking green as grass shit that he hasn't even mastered yet. Hitting the fucking ropes with his elbows up like this. It's fucking crazy. And you can tell he does it awkwardly, and he has to remind himself in his head, because that's why he's doing it differently every time. It's like teaching a kid how to like dribble a basketball or take a layup. You have to, your footing, how you maneuver yourself, it takes practice in order to get it down. It's like a dance, right? So it's like when you're watching, somebody dance who like, you can tell they really have to think about it. Like it doesn't come naturally to them, which not all wrestlers does it come naturally to, but he's like really has to think about remembering to hit the fucking ropes when he hits them. And that's why he doesn't even have that down yet. He's not even grabbing the ropes.
Next week, right here on Fusion, we know that 10 wrestlers will do battle bunkhouse style in a cover for one in the ring right now. We don't know the full list of 10. We know Hauser is one.
And so he does a little dog pant and he thinks he's cute. Oh yeah, dog pant. Oh, look at that shitty right hand. Oh my God, look how bad this punch
for
is.
absolutely anything if he wants to be the first
Oh
Southern
my
Crown champion
God.
next week.
Oh my God, and you're letting him chop you, and then he goes dog's pant. Now let's see him melt down on Paul Walter Hauser. He fucking won't. He won't even acknowledge Paul Walter Hauser, but he's got time for PWT. And so he goes, hold the top rope. If that shit snaps, you're fucked. Okay? So shout out Jose, the assistant, for letting it be known. And then this guy, pro wrestling fan, goes, can you elaborate? I've watched this clip multiple times. Where is there a spot where he should be holding on the rope? And again, this is why you don't listen to wrestling fans, folks. And Jose goes, when you run the ropes, it's universally taught to hold on to the top rope when running the ropes. It's a cautionary thing in case the rope snaps. And it also helps make sure your back hits the rope flat across. And then he tags him. He runs the ropes without holding onto the fucking top rope. And that triggers Jim Cornette too, but at least Jim Cornette, or at least JJ points out, even Cassidy, at least he's holding on. At least Cassidy fucking holds on. So Jose, the assistant, is pointing this out. Did Paul Walter Hauser melt down? Oh, you argumentative dork. What are you, just tagging me? I follow you. You don't follow me, you dork. Tell your grandkids, Jose, the assistant, that you talked to me kind of once. I'm Mole Man. Learn to hit the fucking ropes. Holy shit. It's embarrassing. You're supposed to be Will Sasso. That's what you are. That's what I think of you. You're Will Sasso. You're not Vader. You're not Bam Bam Bigelow. You fucking
are
mark.
a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass mark.
Now, when it comes to fucking, Hollywood and shit, I'll listen to you, Paul Walter Hauser. When it comes to acting and shit, when it comes to pro wrestling, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And I'm a mark. You're just a mark. It takes one to know one. And somebody that Paul Walter Hauser did respond to was one James E. Jim Cornette, who went off on not only Paul Walter Hauser, but Mason Rook, Will Cruz, or whatever the fuck his name is, whatever you want to refer to him as. The controversial guy in NXT right now, the baby-faced assassin, and Jim Cornette had to destroy Paul Walter Hauser further.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
So what happened was Paul Walter Hauser had this to say. He quote tweeted Will Cruz's match here on NXT, and he goes, "Watch and listen to the crowd. The people who paid money to watch this show are loving it. They do not care about the Twitter sphere's wiser than thou disdain parade. Sorry it didn't meet your Nick Bockwinkel requirements. They got over and had fun. Welcome to wrestling in 2026. Now, here's the thing. You're always, and I've said this a billion times, you're almost always going to go out to a wrestling show and have fun. Like, even go to an AEW show, chug some brewskis. You're going to have fucking fun. You know what I mean? Like, go, okay, yeah, you're doing crazy shit. That's why indies work these days, like the Mud Show and GCW, they can stay around. Because, yes, like if you're somebody niche who goes to a fucking wrestling show, you're going to have a good time. NXT, they fucking pad the fuck out of the crowd. And I think they sell tickets for like $20, but I think most of them are free or something like that, if not all of them. So obviously they're going to be hyped too. Now you could argue, well, the studio and TNA, they weren't hyped for any of that shit, which is true, but it's WE, and I'm not doing that as a cope. Like, yes, if the crowd loved it, that's a good thing. That's not everything. Like if the people at home and the masses are like, fuck this Will Cruz guy, I think he's dope. I don't have a problem with it. I don't even engage in like, he's shitty, but Paul Walter Hauser sees another robust, fat fucking guy that he goes, oh, look, he's like a Vader. Look, Paul Walter Hauser, Will Cruz is like a Vader or a Bam Bam. He can moonsault off the top. He's an athletic big boy, okay? He's one of these big boys who's chunky. He's got a baby face. And not like his character. He has a baby face, and he's one of these kids who like is athletic. Like if you shave that fat off, he'd still be athletic. Like he clearly has athleticism that you do not have. He knows how to hit the ropes first and foremost. So Paul Walter Hauser is like, he sees Will Cruz and he's like, fucking, yeah, that's my guy. Cause they say I'm a chunky. They just hate all us chunky guys, right? Mason Rook. But no. And I know that's why he's saying this, right? I see through his pompous bullshit. And he goes, the people who paid money. And then some people were like, dude, it's a free crowd. They're like, it's a free crowd. So, and I don't know if that's true. I think people pay $20. That's the last I heard. But anyways, Jim Cornette says, it's friends and family who got free tickets watching Chaz Bono. Oh, no. Oh, Chaz Bono, Cassius Bono. Fucking Chaz Bono, he calls him. That's ruthless.
Learn,
from
baby, learn.
Jimbo.
Meltzer Inferno. Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
So Jim goes, endure oxygen deprivation, turd blossom. You couldn't have parked Nick Bockwinkel's car. Fuck off. Right? And then Paul Walter Hauser, look at him. He's such a little baby ass. Like, look at he does this. That's like, look at how he responds to Jim Cornette, who's more respected in pro wrestling than Paul Walter Hauser will ever be. And he does this condescending, boo-hoo, old man. Like, he's one of these guys who is like, yeah, I mean, rich Americans, am I right? The rest of these poor flyover states, people who paid money, boo-hoo, old man. Oh, you follow me. He's just a fucking nerd. He's a fat dork that people would make fun of in high school, who now has clout in Hollywood. And he's in rooms with people he never dreamed of. And he just fucking thinks his shit don't stink. Right? And so Paul Walter Hauser goes, my children and their generation will never know or care who Nick Bockwinkel is or was. Doesn't diminish his legacy talent, what he gave. It's just the truth, Jimmy. This coming generation will likely watch and enjoy Mason Rook and Jackson Drake. Boo-hoo. Here's the thing now. Paul, you literally brought Nick Bockwinkel into the conversation. So saying my children and their generation will never know or care who Nick Bockwinkel is or was. Imagine saying that about like Rikidozan or so. Like, this is what I mean. So he's allowed to say that about Nick Bockwinkel, but when I go, dude, in 50 years, Will Ospreay will be remembered as the fucking guy that Meltzer like spurged out and ruined his credibility over.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
But no, that's not acceptable, right? But Paul Walter Hauser can go, oh, no one will even remember Nick Bockwinkel and shit. Meanwhile, he's the one who brought Nick Bockwinkel into the conversation and reminded everybody of just who he is. So Jim Cornette says, Rook won't be around long enough for a houseflies generation to enjoy. The problem is idiots in the business who are marks for showbiz assholes who are marks for wrestling. Okay, so he's saying the problem is idiots in the business who are marks for showbiz assholes who are marks for wrestling, letting them play in our profession and making them believe they should have opinions. See Hauser, dumbass. So he just completely destroys him, and Paul Walter Hauser's been getting destroyed like this whole time. Right? Like he's been getting fucking destroyed. And so Mason Rook responds to the Chaz Bono comment and goes, thanks, Jim. I'm so grateful. All my friends and family from England were in attendance last night. So he's like, Jimbo, I'm from England. Like they weren't family and friends. And that's the thing. People diminish the NXT crowd. I don't like that either. Like, I don't care if they pay cheap or they get free tickets. Like, it's their studio development show. Who gives a fuck? But Mason Rook is like, okay, Jim. And then Cornette goes, I didn't mean your specific friends and family, you human waterbed. Oh, fucking no. Oh, no.
He's fat.
Oh, no, Jim. He just fucking went off on this guy, dude. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Chaz Bono than a waterbed? Or there wouldn't have been enough people in the crowd to count to 15 on their fingers. Okay, so again, I don't know if I need to see Mason Rook and Jim Cornette beefing like this. It hurts my heart. Not that I'm like the biggest Mason Rook mark. Like, obviously, NXT's where he belongs, but god damn. And yeah, Jim Cornette just basically destroyed Paul Walter Hauser, and then he had nothing to say to that. And you don't even know how to hit the fucking ropes. That's why you cope and seethe when people who you look down upon, like he probably looks and views Jim Cornette as like some sort of fucking hillbilly hick. And yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was Wrestling's Not Fake.
Wrestling's Not Fake!
Segment here at PWT. That was amazing. Guys, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit retweet and all of that good shit. If you're watching on replay, hype the shit. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. I'm going to get Matt Morgan to talk about on Patreon to talk about his time on Tough Enough Season 2. And we're like doing a watch along of the episodes and stuff like that. So make sure you check out Patreon and become a channel member. Okay. Make sure you member, or else what the fuck are you doing? And you can super chat in or just hit like, retweet, heart, all that good shit. You guys already know. Those are my plugs. Let's get into, I want to do a little more, shall we? I told you guys, it is a jam-packed show. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to dirt sheet fails. We might have to fucking save some dirt sheet fails and get into, do you guys want ratings wars, or no, we have to do ratings wars because it's like, it's timely, it's timely. So everybody, let's head over here in Phil Marks bookmarks and let's get into ratings wars. So just to quickly cover the last week or two, SmackDown last Friday, and this was like not the last one, but the one before, did 1.2 million, let's say, and a 0.25 in the key demo. We move along here. Raw last week, and again, this wasn't the last one, but the one before, averaged 2.4 million views on Netflix, up 400,000 from the previous week. In other WWE news here, NXT on Tuesday, and this wasn't this last episode, but the one before, averaged 668,000 viewers, 0.11 in the key demo. And of course, it beat Dynamite. And so if you're to believe Dave and his math, NXT also beat Raw, and SmackDown beats Raw because he's a fucking mentally ill lunatic. So this Raw coming up here, speaking of Raw, is only set up for 9,000 people. It is a 17,000 seater, and it's in Rosemont, Illinois. And again, Chicago and Illinois used to be, or like Chicago used to be, and Rosemont was like the fucking hottest like wrestling town and area, but it's not anymore. It got burnt out. Tone fucking ran it dry. And they've only sold 7,000. And I'm not blaming that on Raw. They've only sold 7,000 tickets. They're only set up for 9,000. I mean, that's kind of a fucking L, dude. I don't know what's going on. Is it because the tickets are too expensive? Is it because Raw's not hot enough? I don't know. But you want to be at Raw, baby. Oba Femi, Roman Reigns. Who knows where CM Punk's showing up? You got fucking Brock Lesnar showing up out of nowhere. Chad Gable. Logan Paul's running around. That's just a stacked show is Raw. Joe Hendry. So, like, you want to go to Raw, but apparently people are like, nay, we got to save it's summer. We want to go to the lake and shit. Fuck are we doing here? So we move along, and NXT, this last, I think, no, that was the same one. And it beat Dynamite. NXT did beat Dynamite. And NXT Great American Bash did 394,000 viewers on the CW, 0.07 in the key demo. And you have motherfuckers sitting there going, oh, they should have learned their lesson, Brian. I warned them, Brian. Everybody needs to learn their lesson. Why would they go up against AEW? And it's like, bro, they're on the CW. It's on a Saturday. Or a Sunday, rather. So that's even worse than a fucking Saturday. Like, there's fucking World Cup on and all this shit. It's a fucking Sunday. When is NXT ever just on the CW on Sunday? They do almost 400,000 viewers. It's developmental. A fucking free developmental show on the CW. And they're like, oh, a PLA up against a fucking pay-per-view that 4 companies had to fucking team up and put on. Why are we even comparing these fucking things? Who even cares? Okay, solid number. Who gives a shit? It was on Netflix around the rest of the world too. So what was the Netflix numbers? We don't even know. Like, why do we even care about? Why are we comparing this shit? They're two completely different fucking things. And so SmackDown last Friday did 1.206 million views, 0.22, so a little uptick. And now we get into AEW, or let's do TNA first here. So people were saying that TNA Slammiversary outsold Dynamite in Collision this week. tickets-wise and in the same building. But in fairness, Slammiversary should be outselling and outdrawing AEW. Slammiversary should not be doing less tickets. It should be doing more than 2,500, in my opinion. And hopefully next time it does. But we chronicle it here like just under 2K. So obviously I was bookmarking and tracking all of this TNA. So the Impact AMC episode 23 averaged 255K viewers and 0.05 in the key demo. Like, look at this. When there's something else on, TNA fucking drops down. Otherwise, they actually do pretty good ratings, like consistently over 200,000 viewers. I mean, that is growth. That is growth, as Evil Dose pointed out. 173K is what they started with. They're averaging, they're doing like 255, 226, 191, 195 here, right? This was a dip here, but like over 200 is what they're averaging. So that is growth, and they could work their way up to 400,000. It just really depends. That's their ceiling, I would say. And then, yeah, Slammiversary had like close to, I think, 3,000 people in attendance. Let's get into AEW, though. Well, no, let's read this. Yeah, and TNA Slammiversary, actually, so they were more than that. They were almost at 3,500 tickets. Okay, half the building. It's set up for 6,200 people. Tickets were cheaper than $20. And then this recent Impact saw a massive drop, though, in viewership. And that is unfortunate, 188,000.02. So again, whenever there's something on, they get dips. I don't know what was on, but they fucking dip. And at least they're doing around 200,000. Maybe in like a year or two, their dips will be like 250 and we'll see the growth. Who knows? But it technically has been growth, as a lot of people lose sight of and forget about. And we got to start pointing that out more, you know, instead of just being like, TNA fucking stinks. So the UFC White House had 34 million total global viewers and 126 billion social media views. This means the UFC White House event is the most watched UFC event of all time. They have Conor McGregor coming up. Again, there's no like real proof of this, but why the fuck would they get views like that and then worry about AEW? Dave's like, oh, Paramount, it's cheaper to do fucking. They just did this White House event that costed them $60 million. They just did this many fucking views, 34 million, 126 billion social views, and Conor McGregor fights in like a week and a half. Why the fuck would they care about AEW and their pay-per-view sales? They pay UFC not to do pay-per-view anymore. Okay? They don't care about that shit. So speaking of AEW, let's go over some of their ratings. Dynamite did a 665, so that means NXT beat Dynamite that week instead of just kicking Collision's ass like crazy. Dynamite did 616 with a 0.10 in the key demo. This is a couple weeks ago, and then the last one. The ticket sales they've been doing, again, 2,300 tickets sold for this Dynamite that happened last week. Collision doing 350 and a 0.05. So TNA does like 250 and a 0.04. I mean, that's right there. That's right on the cusp of Collision. So we really got to stop boo-booing on TNA all the time, you know? And when they go head-to-head, let's see. Let's hype it up. They're going head-to-head twice this month in July, Time Cop. AEW Forbidden Door, again, they did like 8,500 tickets or something like that. I'm not sure if there's another update from here. Collision did 332 with a 0.04. This is what I'm saying. And TNA is often number one for teens, 12 to whatever, men, male teens and shit like that. That's a key demo that like Netflix looks at for sure. Dave doesn't even talk about that, and AEW's not beating them in that department. So the war continues. And so Collision on June 27th did 332 with a 0.04. Actually, we just read that. And then Dynamite and Collision tonight, Time Cop, that went down. Very boring episode. July 1st, 3,400 tickets distributed. And this was 4 hours ago. They're set up for 3,700. And the crowd seemed dead. Year to date show average is 3,100. And the seats on map, the last time they were here, they did 5,400, and the seats on map are 12,000, pardon me. So when they go year over year, we're the biggest. No, you're not. You guys sell less tickets and they're cheaper. Cheapest ticket, $43.30, down from $48.40. So you're saving a $5, dude. And motherfuckers, like, that crowd was flat. And you guys are drawing less and less. Meanwhile, they're talking about AEW's taking over. We run New York. Now, provided this wasn't in New York, it was in San Diego. But, like, I don't know, man. Everyone's tired of hearing this bullshit that they're, like, catching up in any way, shape, or form, and you got to do something new. Right? And then you have Dave Meltzer shilling, and I predicted it. And tomorrow, you don't want to miss Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live on YouTube at 7 Eastern on YouTube live, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. And I'll be on X. You guys don't want to miss. Tune in tomorrow night. I'm going to destroy Dave Meltzer, but he was fucking coping. And I said, I quote tweeted what Switchblade posted here. And I said, Dave is going to say that these motherfuckers did more than 140,000 pay-per-view buys for Forbidden Door. And you have a bunch of fucking tards quote tweeting me and going, oh, well, it does more because HBO, what does the Google metrics and the YouTube numbers have anything to do with the pay-per-view? Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. And then Dave went on the air and said, oh, NXT maybe siphoned 5,000 viewers from them, buys from them, which, like, prove that. I don't even think they siphon any buys. If you're going to buy AEW, you're going to buy AEW. And Dave said, oh, they siphon the views, 5,000 buyers maybe. And what is that to 185,000 pay-per-view buys? So Dave is going to sit there and try and lie and say Forbidden Door did the biggest pay-per-view sales of all time for AEW and did 185,000 sales for Forbidden Door. That's what Dave's going to fucking say, okay? And that's what he did say, and that's what he's going to say when he lies about the fucking numbers. He's fucking mentally ill and deranged. He keeps just adding more and more to AEW's pay-per-view numbers, okay? Happy Canada Day, by the way. There's fireworks if you guys hear popping and shit. There's fireworks and stuff outside, but let's take a look at some of the Google trends. So, AEW Forbidden Door, and shout out at Switchblade97. AEW Forbidden Door peaked at 2K live viewers, which is the least viewed AEW pay-per-view of the year. It's down 33% from Double or Nothing, which peaked at 3,000 live viewers. Forbidden Door is also down 61% from last year's event, which peaked at 5.2K. So people are literally saying, it's up from last year. No, YouTube is Google. Google is YouTube. YouTube, you can buy the pay-per-view. YouTube and Google interest is about the same. You type in your search bar, AEW New Japan Forbidden Door. It gives you the YouTube video of it. The people in the live chat are watching the show. I don't think you can be in the chat if you didn't buy the show. So it's a good indicator. You can look at it for trends. And you know how we know this, sickos? Because your god, Dave Meltzer, does the same thing for UFC and TNA, doesn't do it for AEW. He just invents and adds on more pay-per-view buys that nobody can fucking prove. Okay? And it's only going to hurt them, because if they think that Paramount's not going to crack the books open and see that Dave and all of these people are fucking liars.
Poor people don't like AEW.
Liar! Like, I'm sorry, man. You think Paramount Tone's like, I don't know the numbers. You think Paramount's not going to fucking say the numbers? Or see the numbers, rather? And then really know what to do with this shit? And you know that the numbers are lower than what Dave and them are saying, or else Tone would go, yes, I've heard that. Same numbers. and it's been confirmed it's actually higher than that, or he'd go, yep, it's right, pretty close. But he doesn't say that. He just goes, oh, we don't know the numbers. Meaning it's lower than the rumors out there, but he doesn't want to say that because then that fucks over. It's like when Dave Meltzer asked Tone, like, did you hear about WWE's announcement? And he's like, no, I haven't. And then Dave explains it. And he's like, oh, I did hear about that. It's because Tone just feigns ignorance. And then that way he doesn't get felted by like having to reveal the real numbers. So he's like, I don't know the numbers because they're not as good as the fake ones that BJ Bethel and Dave Meltzer puts out there. And he knows it. But once Paramount gets a hold of it, they're going to know the fucking numbers. Okay. So again, down 33% from Double or Nothing, which Dave said did like 185,000 buys, I think. So he's going to say Forbidden Door did 185,000 buys or even close, even like 140, nutty, down 33%. So does that translate directly to Amazon and directly to everything? I don't fucking know, but Dave doesn't know either. And this is shit that's palatable. We can look at this and it makes sense. Okay. And last year, Forbidden Door peaked at 5.2K on YouTube. So again, if you want to be a dumb fuck and believe that every single person who stopped watching on YouTube is now just watching on my AEW or watching on fucking, okay, fine. Some definitely are. For sure that it's cut in fucking over half, 61%. The interest in Forbidden Door on YouTube. Now, are a bunch of those people watching on like My AEW Now or Triller or whatever the fuck? Yes. Is it 100% of that 61% that fell off from YouTube? Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no, it's not. And if you believe that, you're insane. You don't understand how this shit works. And that's what Dave doesn't understand. He thinks that fucking AEW getting solid TV ratings when Paramount and doing pay-per-view buys. He thinks that Paramount gives a fuck about that when they're honestly, they're okay TV viewership. Like anything on TV, regular TV that does 300,000 viewers or more is considered okay, pretty much in this day and age. Even shows that do 100,000 average, they keep on the air for some reason. People scratch their fucking heads. And oftentimes they'll do like the streamer where it's like you can watch it and then it goes to whatever their affiliated streamer is the next day or that night. Like they tested shit like that because they're trying to get fucking views, right? But all of these television companies and networks or whatever, however you want to phrase it, also own streamers and are partnered with streamers and shit. So that's a whole thing you have to factor in. Now, the Paramount doesn't care about 300,000 for sure. Okay, let's say 500,000 to 700,000 viewers, and then Dave's invisible fake pay-per-view buys that nobody can prove when they are paying UFC to not do pay-per-view, and there's talk of TNT Sports and shit just going away and not be, you know what I mean? There's no fucking way they even care about that. So Switchblade posts this. He says, further to this point, Google search interest from Forbidden Door was down 36% compared to Double or Nothing, similar to the 33% decline in the live pay-per-view views on YouTube. So this is why Google trends matter, guys. For all the sickos, why does this matter? Well, ask Daddy, your Daddy Dave, why does it matter? Ask any business why Google trends matter. Because Google's just in everything. You type some shit in your search bar, it's probably Google. Okay. And the Google searches, and we've done this time and time again, are similar to the YouTube. YouTube is Google, and it's similar. So 36, 33%, that's interchangeable. And it's what I said. Most people type that shit in, go to the YouTube link, and these are the search trends, very similar. So you can assume that other trajectories would be like the Google interest is probably way down from before, and it's down lower than Double or Nothing, which did more buys. So when Dave says 185,000 for Forbidden Door, how could that be possible when it appears that the fucking trends, unless all of a sudden on Amazon or Triller or whatever the fuck they're on, there's like this huge mass number of people that fucking balance it out and times 5 or whatever the fuck to make the buys even equal to Double or Nothing. Like, why would all of a sudden, when the Google trends are like this, magically though the search trends on my AEW are going to be way more to catch it up to the buys of, like, that's what Dave and these fucking tards want us to believe, and we're just not stupid. We're just not dumb enough to fucking believe this. I'm sorry. Okay? And we've had enough. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was ratings wars. So TY Hitman 24 for 2 sweet says, can you do reactions to Bobby Monsoon, an AEW mark? Is that just like some sicko on the internet? I don't know, dude. I don't like target anybody particularly. I don't want to. Like, I have my fools, but they're typically like, it's me punching up as far as like followers and the landscape. Yes, we make fun of sickos if it's like a one-off something funny, but I'm not going to like just log some random account. Like, you know, there's too much of that. But yeah, I mean, Bobby Monsoon tagged me in some of their redactedness. And if I check my notifications and see it, then I'll respond to it. You know, that's all I can say. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here. We've gone over 4 hours. We will do this Saturday, because no matter what, no matter how long it fucking takes us, we will do a dirt sheet fails, because that's been piling up a little bit. Not fake! I hope you guys enjoyed this show. Make sure you tune into Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. Make sure you tune into patreon.com/pro wrestle times. And yeah, I just appreciate you all. I want to give you a round of applause, but I can't find it. So I will leave you guys with some
You
Vince Russo.
are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
I appreciate you guys, and happy Canada Day, folks. And go Team USA, I guess, who won their game. Shout out them. Peace and love. Be good. Stay hydrated. It's hot out there. Be good. Happy Canada Day.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laugh, the podcast what you think of the show.
Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history.
That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro.
The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here. Tony Khan is the best guy. The stars keep climbing to the sky. 7 stars, Dave might just try. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone can do no wrong tonight. Dave's already got the headline tight. Tony Khan is the best guy.
Tone booked the match.
Dave loved the match.
Tone booked the show.
Dave loved the show.